so much shit about being on
This is
time.
this is what I get.
We're just making
And
sure everybody's here to watch.
and
You know,
and
we had to get up to bed.
and we're live. Juan and I have been sitting here bullshitting for like the past 5 minutes, and I just realized it's 7:32. So thank you to everybody who's currently here. Welcome to Only Cops. For those of you that don't know, we go live every Thursday and we cover all of this week's news. This is the second week of October in 2022. For those of you that are watching this after the fact. But for those of you that are here live, I want to give a big thank you to everyone who's here. Go ahead and drop a like. We're going to cover probably some bad stuff. Just from skimming the videos and the posts that we have to go through, I think we're taking a lot of L's today in the law enforcement community. Can't be as bad as Train Person last week. Train PD, whatever the
Oh
hell
yeah,
they
no,
were. That was a pretty big L. I don't think we're going that bad. I want to give a big special thank you to our Patreon supporters. They have made this channel more feasible for us. We can afford editing and things of that nature. So I really appreciate that support. If you're interested in supporting us that way, Patreon is as little as $1 a month. That gives you access to our Discord, and that is literally how we got all of these videos that we're doing. Also, while we're live, if you're part of our Discord, you can continue to send us stuff while we're live, and we'll do it live. So I want to thank everybody that's
you can
here.
keep us here forever.
Yeah, that's what happened last time. So, Sweeper, what's going on? Tyler Stevens, it is good to see you. Pamela, as always, it is a pleasure to have you in the chat. Caden, our stepson, he is in here in the chat. Brian Porter and Perilous Mastodon, who I'm mastering your name. I'm just crushing it today. Jacob gave us a comment super early. And Sergeant George, or Saint George, as Juan calls him, is currently here. I want to give a big hello to everybody that's here. Like I said, go ahead and like the stream. That gets more people involved. We've got some stuff to get into. Let me address the chat real quick. I just worked my first day shift in 3 years. God bless, dude. I tell you what, the one thing that, because I worked evenings and then mids, and then I went back to evenings. So I would start shift on midnights at like 9 o'clock at night, and I'd get off at 7 in the morning. But starting at 4, you still see the sun, and so you need, and especially you're working through sunset. Not having sunglasses and not realizing how important it was to have a nice pair of sunglasses, earth shattering if you're a midnights guy. So God bless you, Taylor Stevens. Day shifts not for the faint of heart, or for those of you that
Tyler Stevens.
Tyler Stevens, sorry. Did I say Taylor that time?
You said Taylor.
I'm saying everything wrong. I didn't notice how much of a difference call wise. Yeah, and the problem is too is fucking accidents, dude. Oh my god. Like,
Oh, dude, you should show him the freaking picture I took. I don't know if you can pull it up at all, but I saw a car on fire today. The flames you saw were the flames calming down. It was like 8 feet high.
Is that BMW
fire.
that was on fire? That
was
wild.
It hit one of those big like trucks that carry the other cars.
Get fucked.
So I don't know if it fell off of it because there didn't seem to be a person in it. I think it probably fell off and I guess blew up.
That's weird.
Yeah, but because it was just like, it was pretty messed up, but it was tons of smoke and tons of fire.
Real Nest 1665 says that he is marked safe from any of my troops locking prisoners in a patrol car and then getting them if I had trained today. Go check out our last stream if you want that story.
I'm gonna steal that one for a meme.
Real Nest
for our Instagram.
your guys get an A++ for not fucking up that hard. Is it true that the military doesn't pay for college if it isn't military related? That is not true. The GI Bill will cover any school that charges and will accept the GI Bill. The GI Bill is a certain tax appropriated, I think it's like 30 grand, which was a lot more back when they started it. It's like 2 semesters now. But the GI Bill is just designed to cover college. And I think it's transferable too. I wouldn't know anything about that. I had a lot of people in the military, and they all told me to go fuck myself. I had to pay for my own college.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I live in New York. Nobody knows how to drive it. That's true, and he's not even saying that to be hyperbolic. Like in New York, true. Nobody knows how.
They don't even have licenses.
Yeah.
They don't need to. They have like public transportation and whatnot.
To which I already know about the love-hate relationship Juan has for Axon. Oh, he's got his Axon. That's right. He's got his Axon body cam on. I love that comment. I'm not going to lie. It cheers me up a lot.
I made the meme already, Josh.
I like it. I like it.
I'm gonna send it to you.
I got my degree from a
Let's see.
Christian university using my post 911. Wow, cool. Okay, I'm going to get into some of this. Producer Juan sending me some stuff. Oh, and thank you to Producer Juan, who is the power top right now because Bill's not here. Bill is allegedly coming back. I think we're 3 weeks out from Bill coming back and rejoining us. So you get his new crusty remarks as we always had him. I've been absorbing a lot of that hate, and I've been projecting that on some of these. So hopefully he'll mellow me out. So anyways, shout out to police.
You go back to being the gentle one.
The gentle one, yes. Shout out to Police Posts. Again, go give them a follow on Instagram. This is their governor of, I guess, Oklahoma, getting a firsthand look at this is crisis intervention training is typically what they'll call this, or active shooter training. They have a bunch of names for this kind of stuff. When I was on patrol and doing things, this was typically part of probably your first or second in service when you got out of academy. It wasn't necessarily something they would teach you in academy. You got like basic room clearing and stuff like this. This is really more designed for people that already know how to do search tactics because it's a very accelerated version of that. Not to get into too much details, I'm not terribly impressed with the conversation happening in this picture, but I think the problem I have with a lot of this, the discussions around creating like an active shooter response, is that it's very predicated on equipment. And so you'll have a lot of people that'll say, well, if I just get a rifle in my hand, I'm good to go. And I'm like, well, yes and no. This rifle can become a detriment very, very quickly to you if you do not know what you're doing with it, mostly because of the round that it utilizes. And then the other problem is room clearing with a rifle is a lot more complicated and difficult than room clearing with a pistol. Weirdly enough, for an active shooter, unless it's in a big open area, a pistol's actually a little easier to maneuver around, especially when you're dealing with like apartments. Or my nightmare was always like IKEA, and thank God they had one in Grand Prairie, not in my city. But that was always like, there's so many little nooks and crannies for a person to hide in there that it would take forever to clear. So
is it just because of the length of it, like the size of it overall?
yeah,
It's just harder to
the second
get
you're
around things.
starting to go around door frames and stuff like that, over penetrating, and by over penetrating I mean like getting too far past a corner before you can actually see past the corner. You will telegraph off where you're at, so the bad guy can see you before you can see them. There's a lot of these small mechanical things that you really have to be very proficient in to do room clearing effectively with a rifle, where a pistol is so much more forgiving. That being said, it's so much easier to be accurate with a rifle than it is with a pistol. I think it's the one thing that Call of Duty gets right. The second you have to pull a handgun out, you're like practically useless compared to a rifle. It is like that in real life. I'm glad to see people taking it more serious. Law enforcement has been taking this serious since the 90s. So I don't know. I don't guess they just want to make a news story out of it to make it a puff piece. The vast majority of law enforcement agencies, they've been utilizing rifles. They've been utilizing these types of tactics. Sometimes it's only in specialized units. Shame on you if you're a police department that isn't doing this for average patrol officers, because they need this just as much. But I think it's interesting to see how many people are getting on this bandwagon for this photo op when this should have been something that's like, if you're a city that has guns in it, you should have a police department that knows how to answer the call for guns. It's why, like in the UK, it makes a lot of sense that they don't have police officers that don't have firearms, because in that instance, the likelihood of running into a firearm is astronomically lower. And so why would I bring a weapon that can just be taken away from me if I get knocked out, right? And I basically bring my weapon of my own demise into that situation, especially when you're in law enforcement, because you're in a lot of situations where you are going to be at a tactical disadvantage, and you can get sucker punched and stuff like that. That being said,
and especially if you're not using it regularly, because you don't have to.
Yep.
You're just
I day one on patrol, I was not nearly as good
it
as I was right before I retired at room clearing. Because I wasn't just doing it in practice, I was having to do it in real life. It's just different. This is not an easy... A couple of trainings isn't enough, to be honest. And really, the type of training you need to get proficient at it without experiencing it in the wild is really expensive. It's very time-intensive, and it's very rare to get an instructor that actually knows what the fuck they're talking about and can demonstrate that. Because you might have guys, tier 1 guys that are really good at doing it, but terrible teachers. right? And so you have to have, I don't know, it's really hard. It's hard to get good teachers to begin with. It's going to be even harder to get good teachers that are really badass at this type of stuff and able and willing to go teach law enforcement or a fucking governor to do this for funsies.
Yeah.
So,
It's also probably not very easy to get these set up because you have to clear out the entire school
oh,
to get
100%.
this all done.
Yep.
You got to have all the faculty there. And then on top of that, like you really should probably be doing this in more than just like one school.
Oh, yeah.
Probably every school that you have, you should be doing it. So
Yeah.
you kind of get a lay of the land,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's crazy.
And
It does remind me. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, to that extent, that's when it makes a lot of sense to have a designated person that's going
Mhm.
to be there. Whether it's, I don't know that I'm going to want it necessarily to be like faculty, if that makes any sense. But you have a person. It's what SROs are supposed to do. But that understands the layout of the building, that understands everything that goes, that has a working relationship with the staff there. They're going to recognize him as the good guy with the gun. You know what I mean? And he has a way of communicating with the outside world of what's going on. I think then it starts to make a little bit more sense. You see a lot of churches recently, at least in Texas, that actually have safety plans where they have designated people and they train regularly and they pay for money to do it, and they have a whole like radio scenario thing, and they know exactly what to do. And so people can just come and go worship as they want. There's already people put in place to go have a reaction because they have medical training. They take this stuff very seriously. They also have like Joe Bob and the idiots that decide that they're just going to show up and go be whatever. But there's a difference. Like I said, go get a steak at Applebee's and go get a steak at like a Wolfgang Puck restaurant. And that's kind of the broad spectrum of emergency response you're going to get. And again, it's training, it's expertise, it's experience, it's equipment, it's knowledge, and it's very complicated. I think a lot of people.
So I wanted to.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, no, well, I wanted to ask you because if you remember, we did for it was a few years ago, but we did a commercial for by we I mean my company did a commercial for a police simulation training, like a VR
Yeah.
training simulator. They got bought out. They're now in Veris Training Solutions. They're doing stuff in Georgia. It's great for them. But what was really cool about what they were doing was they could actually map out and model actual buildings within your city for your department to train in virtual reality. So you're not just dealing with like a generic scenario or a generic room.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, this is our courthouse. It's modeled to the specs of our actual courthouse here in our city, and we can run all of these different training scenarios within it in VR with stuff that we're gonna actually look at, as opposed to just like, oh, okay, this is generic apartment A, or this is football stadium B. And so I thought that was a pretty cool system that they had set up
Yeah.
for that, and I think that's gonna be really cool.
I was about to say there's some value to that type of stuff. It's just there's so many like little things that are hard to do. I like Tyler pointed it out. He said the very first active shooter training he did, the suspect, which is an actor typically, grabbed my rifle barrel, and I learned pretty quickly not to do that again. He's talking about over penetrating a corner. And again, it's the issue with rifles is because they're so long. And shout out to SBRs and things of that nature. But when you have a patrol rifle, and I had to carry a 16-inch gun, so this is a full length M4 clone, basically, is what we're having. I'm trying to peer around a corner, and you'll see it a lot in like movies where people will like fully extend out and be turning and go, well, they'll see your gun barrel way before they see you, right? Same thing with like flashlights. And I always kind of giggle in like when we're playing Ready or Not or whatever, I'm flashlight on because I want to see everything, but I'm in no real danger, right? And I also don't have the benefit of your eyes adjust, your pupils will open up. The game doesn't change a damn thing about how you're perceiving light. But typically you'll leave your flashlights off and search without them. Because if I have a white flashlight blasting all 1200 lumens and it's got out, right? As I'm turning a corner, they know exactly what I can and cannot see. And they can time basically as I'm turning the corner or just start shooting at me through the wall way before I know where they're at. And I can't, a la, what's her name? It's the chick that died. They shot at her through the wall. Damn it. I can't remember who. A real famous court case that came up recently. Damn it. I don't remember. Her boyfriend was a drug dealer. I'll think of the name.
Breonna Taylor?
Breonna Taylor, there it is. The one guy that got disciplined for that was because he just was indiscriminately shooting into a wall because there was gunfire going. You're not allowed to just indiscriminately shoot at a wall. And so that's kind of an issue that you run into with law enforcement. But those are lessons you really only functionally learn by doing it. VR does have some benefit to the good VR actually like dictate, it knows how long like the object is in your hand and stuff like that. But really practical in real life training with actors or suspects, you know what I mean, that actually know what they're doing and are trying to also achieve that objective. So one thing I've always hated about where like they'll basically weaponize students and they'll turn students into actors. And I'm like, yeah, but the students don't understand the lessons you're trying to teach the officers. And so like it's not terribly good training unless the actors themselves are fully experts in the principles you're trying to learn. And that's good search tactics or good enough search tactics. And, you know, how to make this harder on them. Alex said, Dad. Justin Reed, the mic we're using, I'm using a Sennheiser. I don't know what
I think this is the, what is it, the MK something or other?
MKE600. That's what I'm using.
That's right.
Courtesy of producer.
And I'm using the Sennheiser MK416, I believe.
What if the suspect is unloading at you through a wall? Do you respond to that then? So, like, if I can generally ballpark where I think this guy shoot, I'm not going to die, right? I'm going to rather shoot back than not shoot back. It's just the amount of liability, you lose a lot of your qualified immunity the second you start shooting through a wall. That's the reason why I'm saying that is they're going to say, well, you know, were you really, you know, being judicious and using due regard when shooting back at a wall. And the other reason why I say this, and the only reason we're having any of this discussion, is because of the back end. And it's really always the difference in law enforcement versus the military or self-defense shooting or anything like that, is that there's a legal process that's going to happen in the background. And they're going to evaluate the fuck and break down the fuck out of that use of force in the back end. And so, yes, from a tactic standpoint, if I have bullets coming at me from the wall, whether the wall's shooting at me or someone behind it is, I'm going to shoot back at it to preserve my own life. But understand that there's a cost benefit on the legal end on the back end for it. Alec, it is very good to see you. Am I missing anybody? And then Schneider Ramirez. Hopefully, I'm saying that right. I always see it, and maybe I'm saying it correctly. Shout out to Police Post. We're moving on to our next one. We really dug into that whole tactics. That's pretty good.
That was good.
Shout out to Police Post. Like I said, they were the last people that were here. This is a use of force. I saw this earlier while I was looking for stuff. There's nothing legally wrong about what happens here. There's just some learning points. That's what we'll say. I'm going to let it play and then we'll talk about it. I'll get you guys some audio. Just so you can know, this guy's pulling a taser probe out of his crotch region.
Oh! Yeah, the guy just said it. He goes, he tased his own dog.
Yep. Basically, getting tased hurts enough. Getting tased in the dick's got to be really unpleasant. Fortunately, when I had to get tased, it was in the back, like you're supposed to be in training, but getting tased in the dick seems real unpleasant. The other thing I have is there's 4 people affecting this arrest. And it's really 3.5 because it's a civilian here that's holding this guy. Shout out to the civilian for having some sick, empty hand skills. I want to give him an A++. And to be honest, this officer here that's got our left, this guy's right side of his body, is actually doing a pretty decent job. He's got this hand completely under control. He's got this arm completely under control. You have now 2 other officers, one of which should just be handling this guy's waist to make sure that he can't stand up. But then you have this officer here. We're going to call him Angry Mario because of the way that he treats this call. He's got one arm. He's got his whole body to take one arm into control. And we'll see what his answer is. Oh, no, he's got help. Oh, sorry, I clicked off. He's got help from another officer. I can't fast forward, so we're stuck with it. Is arm 1? There's arm 2. He is in a handcuffing position. This is plenty of a handcuffing position.
What the hell, dude? Chill.
That civilian's like, bro, I don't want any part of this shit. He's like, I'm good. I'm not getting kneed by this dude. I have no idea.
Hey, he lost the hand.
I have no idea how he loses his hand after this handcuffing position. He's like, no. I don't want any part of this. Yeah. Shout out to that guy for getting out. He's like, this now seems like civil lawsuit, so I'm going to deuce out. My biggest
He came over to the guy, like, stop recording.
Yeah.
Please don't record me.
Yeah, so, like, again, was the guy resisting arrest? Sure. Probably PI, probably assaulted somebody. I have no problem with the arrest. I have no problem with them using force to take somebody that's clearly arrested or resisting into custody. And if this guy was, Arnold Schwarzenegger, just humongous, right? You just were not strong enough to do it. Sure. Strike away, OC, whatever. This wasn't a terribly big human being, right? And you already had 2 officers that had this guy's arm under control. Put him in handcuffs. You had him in your hands. I don't know why you had him in your hands if you didn't have him in a handcuffing position prior to that. It's just indicative of somebody that's either A, never been in a fight, or B, got pissed off and stopped using tactics. That's really what it is. And it looks more like the latter because the guy didn't look young. You know what I mean? So it's really... There's nothing wrong with strikes. If you cannot physically get this person, you got to do something. Pain compliance, something. I get it. It doesn't look good, so work on your skills and obviously have the strength to go do it. It's not fair. I'm a 200-pound man, so I get to cheat on some of this stuff because I'm just functionally going to be stronger than some people. But there's no excuse when there's 3 officers and a guy helping you, and also a compliant crowd. Could you imagine if this was not a compliant crowd or like a pro fuck this asshole he needs to go to jail crowd?
Oh, we're gonna see one of those. I sent it to you.
So that's what I'm getting at. So like
very similar situation.
So like. Every arrest should look as similar as you can make them. I know the situations are very different, but like the problem is the whole time you're doing knee strikes or yelling or whatever, you're not placing this guy in handcuffs, right? You're not leveraging a technique to go put him in handcuffs. It makes it dangerous for everybody that's hands-on. Because A, the longer this guy's not in handcuffs, and also when they're not being applied correctly, this person's a threat to you, but all of you are zoned in on this guy, and it would be super easy to walk up and assault you. And we think about this kind of stuff because it fucking happens. So, old boy gets a huge L because he had 2 officers that basically put him in there, but he's holding the handcuffs, so they kind of look at him like, well, he should put the handcuffs on. He's got the handcuffs out. I had a PTO that said, shit or get off the pot. And he was right. What am I missing? Dr. June, what is up, my dude? A Patreon sub and a contributor to stuff. I'd be pissed. It takes a whole lot of eating at a pee-pee whack. Yeah, that is an extra pee-pee whack. That is an Axon provided pee-pee whack.
The pee-pee zap.
It's the pee-pee zap. Way too overkill for this.
These microphones are way overkill for this.
Yeah, it really is. But hey, we're bougie. Shout out to police post again. An officer attempted to pull over Carl Carell for an open. Carl
spent hours at the scene talking to witnesses who watched it all happen. One of them, a 17-year-old girl. She put a tourniquet on the officer.
Shout out.
KMC9's Peyton Headley talked with her today. And Peyton, what a story here.
Yeah, Matt, Ava Donegan just started her senior year in high school. She was in Excelsior Springs to go thrift shopping with her boyfriend. She says she never expected what would happen that night.
What a winner. Going thrift shopping, what a winner. Not going to pay MSRP for clothes because it's just clothes. And having a tourniquet on to go save a cop's life. Shout out.
You can find some great value at thrift shops.
When I was trying to go to bed, it was all I could think about. And this morning, it was all I could think about.
17-year-old Ava Donegan keeps replaying Saturday night in her head.
I had never even heard gunshots, so that was a whole new situation for me.
Donegan was in the car with her boyfriend, stopped at a red light, when they found themselves in the middle of a crime scene.
I saw the cop get out of the car, and then I saw him get shot a few times.
Her car was just in front of the shooter's truck, so they ducked and called 911.
It's definitely a double-barreled Derringer, so he got shot twice at most. I'm over here mitigating his injuries. Oh, shitty. That still would hurt.
Somehow I blinked my eye and the cop who was shot was right in front of my car.
The officer had been shot in the shoulder and the wrist and came to her window asking for help with his tourniquet.
He told me that it was completely numb and his hand was completely limp.
Donegan says she helped put his tourniquet on, get his vest off, and use his radio to call it in.
When I realized he needed help, it all was instincts.
Even though it was scary, she says.
So I'm not going to lie, as proud as I am of this girl for doing this, because this is big deal shit. I mean, you got to think this is a bad day for a trained officer that's expecting potential violence. It's a chick minding her own damn business, right? Hanging out in a car. But I guarantee you that radio traffic was awful. So it was just, and if you're a cop, you know what I mean. Shout out to her, though, for thinking to get on the radio and do whatever. But
She's glad she was able to help.
I'm just glad that he is okay. And I think that gives me a good peace of mind.
Shout out to Ava, dude.
She said
she's a hero
Good
in
job.
my mind, absolutely. And I will say this, and it's very rare that people get the opportunity to learn about how they'll react in a high stress situation. I didn't know prior to getting to law enforcement, and this kid reacted way better than trained professionals. I've watched training. You can look at Uvalde PD to go see that here's an individual that saw what needed to be done, and even with probably no training, still had the presence of mind to, with courage, go and possibly save this guy's life. So shout out to her for that shit. Absolute hero, absolute stud muffin. If somebody can get me contact information for little Miss Ava, I would love to send her a patch because that's pretty badass.
Hell yeah.
I would. It's impressive to watch emergency responders react like that. This is somebody that was not getting paid, didn't have the training, but had the courage to go step up and do the right thing. Shout out to that. That's a huge win for the good people of this world. She a nurse asking for a friend.
Oh my god.
She's 17.
Gotta be, probably.
Let's chill. Well, she's 17. Let's chill. I didn't miss anything else. Okay.
Well, real Ness might be 16. He says real Ness 1665. So he's either 16 or 65, and only one of those is
Only
okay.
one of those is okay. If you're potentially going to law enforcement, be careful of nurses. Go ask Bill.
I was wondering if she was. What was the thing we had in high school where you would take when you were a senior,
HOSA.
you could go and you would work at a hospital. HOSA, yeah,
I
you were
was
in that.
I was in HOSA, and it's a clinical rotation, is what we called it at the high school I went to. And
Those were the words I was thinking
yeah,
of.
we would take. It's like half of our school day, and there was like a whole. You had to be like in a science track in high school. You had to be like in AP biology and all that kind of stuff, and then you would take. We were on a trimester schedule, but it was like 8 or 9 weeks worth of training, and we had an actual RN that taught our class. So we learned how to take vitals, we learned how to do a bunch of shit, and then like aftercare and intake and output and the whole nine. And then you actually go to a hospital and you do rotations and you do whatever the hell the nurses will let you do. I did some dumb shit I probably shouldn't have been doing. Shout out to my hometown and the learning hospital they had there. Some of y'all, it's where I saw my first dead body. Actually,
Nice.
That wasn't like at a funeral. I was like, I watched somebody die. I was like 18. Shout out to that. Great experience. I would recommend it to anybody that's looking to get into the medical field. It isn't stupid because it actually is kind of hard. Shout out to Police Post again. We're going to learn about handcuffing because going hands-on is important, and we're breaking this down because it's important. Because guess what's going to happen? Assholes on the internet are going to go pull up this video and talk about you. So we're looking at it.
Handcuffing edition.
Oh shit! Missed the 17-year-old part. Hey, we're looking at, okay? Mr. Mastodon here.
Caught in
said-
4K in our chat.
Yep, caught in 4K. Helped a sheriff deputy who was outnumbered once, 17 issues. A shout out, Mastodon, my guy. We did the Explorers program in my high school. That's how I got my start. Very cool. Yeah, we didn't have an Explorers program, but we had a pre-medical program. So there's a Health Occupation Students of America. Shout out. I got to high five Dirk Nowitzki because of them. It's pretty cool.
Oh, nice.
It's pretty cool. Handcuffing. That's right. Police posts. Where is this at? Does it give us any context? Nope.
I'll put my cuffs.
Shout out to the second officer to think, let's take this fight to the ground. You're safer there. I know it seems stupid, but you are safer there. Now, probably the first thing I want to teach everybody, if you don't get jiu-jitsu training, if you don't glean anything out of this outside of you don't arrest cars with your body, that's an important rule here. Them facing you is not a handcuffing position, A. And B, controlling someone's arms useless if you cannot control their body. You see officers and untrained people that the tendency when you want to control somebody is to grab for their wrists, or you'll grab for their forearm, or you'll grab for their elbow, or whatever. And ASP training is the problem with this, is ASP training assumes they're going to be compliant, which clearly this guy's not. And so you need to start looking at controlling people's trunk, like their torso, their waist, their feet, stuff like that, because that's how they're getting in and out of. That's how you really leverage someone to get into a handcuffing position. If you're going to take somebody's arm, do it with 2 points of contact in separate parts of the arm, like the wrist and the elbow, or the wrist and the shoulder, so on and so forth. There's a lot of good training videos on this. Go check out Sheepdog Response or whatever it is. There's a bunch of different people that teach this stuff. Just know that grabbing someone's wrist is pretty much useless, and every single one of those like stupid dust training videos, everyone always grabs for the wrist, and it's super easy to get out of, because that's how terrible. It's how terrible of a holding position, really grabbing someone.
When I was 11 and doing karate, that was the very first thing. That was like the basic of the basic things of what to do, is like, if you could grab by your wrist, here's how easy it is to get out of it.
And that's funny.
That's like the first thing they teach you.
Because as a training tool, it's not a bad idea, because that's what most people do, is they grab for your wrist.
Like as a self-defense, it's smart.
Sure.
As an officer, you don't want to make it that easy.
When you're trying to control somebody, that's not a recipe for success. I mean, that's like, I don't even know really what to compare that to. Like, it's just not a good, there's no leverage. They have the rest of their body to leverage off of you. And so you need to start taking those things. Like I said, take their legs away from them. That's why you take people to the ground. Now they can't leverage their legs.
Also one of your most mobile and flexible portions of your body. So wriggling out is like, this is a lot of, whereas with your trunk, you can do this or you can do this, and that's about it. Also, once you have this control, you can take your time with the rest of it.
Tyler says the first cop was trying to dance with him. Yes.
And then you take the hand.
So we're still holding,
not the wrist.
We're still holding wrists here.
They're checking his pulse, Josh. They want to make sure he's okay.
They're very lucky they're not getting bit, kicked, or headbutted, or spit on, or whatever. That's still the wrist. That's still the wrist. That's a little bit of elbow. Okay, the female officer did her part. Now, I'm not also trying to handcuff somebody when they got a backpack on, to be honest, but she's working with what she's got. Shout out to this female officer for actually getting, this is a handcuffing position. That is hands behind your back. This Mr. Dancing with the Stars here guy is not doing his part. She took him to the ground and put her arm in a handcuffing position. So shout out to her. He is now pulling at her legs, or at his legs, not an arm. What are we doing? What are we doing? We're still going after wrists. Oh, shout out to this knee. This is pretty good. So she's actually pinning his torso with her knee, and in a way that's not obstructing his breathing or anything like that. But in pinning his torso to the ground, he cannot get up. Huge win there. And now it's both of her arms versus one of his, which is actually pretty good. It's not bad. This guy's still not helping.
He's also not looking at what he's doing.
Yeah. So
he just completely stopped looking at what he was doing.
I'm going to let it play.
You see him just...
Yeah. I'm going to let it play. We have the cha-cha slide happening here.
Yeah, dude. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's great footwork.
Yeah.
Then just give him a little spin. Oh, she ruined it.
Gives him a nice to the ground. They're in like a semi-dominant position. She goes, look, watch. This is wrist.
Shout out for that zoom.
Yeah. Shout out to this guy. Look at this guy. I want his footage. There's producer one. Yeah.
Yep.
Look at this handcuffing position. Look at that. Win. He should have been put. This guy should have gone and mounted this dude and got it. Now she's doing belly button strikes, and now it all falls apart. She stayed in this fight. Shout out to this officer. This guy was less helpful. Get empty hand skills. You're going to get in a fight. If you're a cop and you don't think you're going to get in a fight, you're an idiot. It happens all the time. fights also shouldn't last this long unless you're trying just really, really hard not to hurt that person and you're in complete control. That happens. I've been in those before where it's like a 16-year-old kid, it's like 100 pounds, and I'm just trying not to body slam the guy, right? Or tear his arm off or something crazy. But like, in general, be prepared for this. I will also blame the department on most of this stuff because that's oftentimes the department's not providing any level of training, and they're not paying these officers very much. So they can't afford the training. Too busy working overtime for the man to go train. Shout out to Street Cop Training, which I have mixed feelings about, but they do give good information. I just don't always agree with the way that they portray it or how cut and dry they are with some of this stuff. But go check them out. They're a pretty good resource. That burp, sorry. Do we get any context? Just when you think you've seen it all, crazy lady crashes after police chase. Oh, crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, they were just chasing her. This is just the fun part.
Speed coming up to the creek. Hold here, 1050,
Yeah.
1050, 1050.
Pit that car.
25,
Pit that
36,
car.
And military.
What is she doing?
He's going to prove that she's a good mom.
She's in the back. She's in the back seat. She's got the baby, and we're running. We're running
Fuck.
southbound.
Kill-
from the accident.
kill her.
Southbound from the accident.
Kill her.
Dude. No, because then you get
Kill-
a baby splattered on the side of the road.
Female with a baby
Middle of the
is
road.
running
At this point,
southbound
damn.
from the crash.
Kill her.
And then, making great
Okay,
decisions,
we're getting in
she
a
tries to
white-
carjack
we're
this
getting in a
car.
White Nissan Xterra. Troops in front of it. Hold the air, hold the air.
Kill her. I'm so jaded now.
Yeah, clearly.
Take the keys out. Free advice. If someone tries to carjack you, just take the keys. And run. They have a useless car now. Kill
Doors are
her.
open. Troops trying to get her out now. Female driver of this white Nissan
Hey, let's get the kid out of this. Come on. What are we doing here?
Xterra also has a child, and the baby's safe. The baby's safe. High rate of speed.
They got her.
I'm jaded. I had to watch some kids get hurt, and I had to make some arrests where I was having to take kids out of custody of parents and stuff like that. And I still to this day have Tarrant County's CPS saved on my phone because that's how often I called them. So I have pretty harsh feelings about this. I'm glad that I live in a state that still has the death penalty, and I wish it would be applied to stuff like this. The state of Texas, injury to a child or endangering a child can be a felony depending on the circumstances, but I don't do that shit. Oh my God, mother of the year, Pamela. California with the 1050 call out. Yeah, California is still real big about 10 codes. We're mostly plain language in Texas. But yeah, 1050 I think is their 10 code for a crash. This is what they said at least. I need an anti-shout out to the police car siren. That was like the whale. They have like a, depending on what we had Whelan, I think it was Whelan sirens. And so you had like 6 or 7 different buttons you'd push. So when you go code, there's like a switch on your center console, and all the way to the left was off. 1 position over was backlights. 2 positions over was front and back, and then all the way over to the right was lights and sirens. They would kick on your sirens. Once you were all the way to the right, you could actually push the individual siren buttons, or push them individually as a pain in the ass. It was a cool little deal. Anytime I had a writer, I would let him play with the buttons. I was like, it's a blast. It's totally worth it. Play with it. And anytime I had to go code with a writer, I was like, flip the switch. I was like, we get to break.
Wheeling.
Yeah, basically. We get to go break traffic laws no longer apply to me. Yeah, even though the guy who was carjacked going northbound on Hollywood shootout, who would take the keys out while getting shot at. Yeah, shout out to, it's such a smart, like, there are small things you can do to like not victimize yourself. It was kind of brilliant. There was a robbery that I worked one time where they faked a, what's it called? Like a let go purchase. I think they were selling like an Xbox or some shit. They weren't. It was like a backpack full of bricks is what it was. But they would entice these people by saying, hey, we're selling, is when the Xbox One came out. Or whatever. I think it was the latest, whatever the latest one is. And they would beat up and try to rob them. And so it was a husband and wife. And when they pulled out their wallet, they basically they pulled out a fake gun on him and tried to rob him. The guy just chucked his wallet onto some guy's patio in this apartment complex. So then nobody could get it. So he just chucks it and then runs. And I was like, that was brilliant, dude. So I had to go and like knock on the thing because they were nervous to go up to some random person's apartment. I was like, hey, can I go get a wallet on your patio or whatever? It was genius though. And it was a good throw. But shout out to that guy for having the presence. I'm not advocating you do that, but
Yeah.
hey, if you can get away with it, you can get away with it.
It's good like a decoy wallet. Hand that over.
From the last episode, Brian A goes, the Waltz arrest.
Oh, yeah.
That's funny. Shout out to another police street cop training video. I'm probably going to mute this because it's probably...
It's not copyrighted music. It's like, whatchamacallit, but it's still kind of annoying.
Okay, I'll mute it.
It's just classical music.
Okay, if it's classical, I'll play it.
Yeah.
You get pulled over and you're the passenger of a car. Does that mean you're stuck
So
in the car?
I sent you this one. I sent you this one because he contradicts what you always say. So I wanted to get your take on it. Yeah. So right up for cursing?
So A, it's a California law, so you should assume it's unconstitutional. But B, so yes, you can control the movement of people inside of a vehicle while doing a traffic stop. However, the reason why when I was going and being an arbiter of the state, I would always assume that I didn't have a detention on my passenger was because what was my reason for the stop, right? Now, if I'm thinking that somebody just left a dope rip, right? If I have reasonable suspicion to believe that this is a trap house, they went up there with a cache of money and they're leaving with no money in their hand, right? There might be drugs on these people, right? Or if I walk up to the vehicle and I can smell like the odor of marijuana is very apparent, then sure, I can detain everybody in this car because my PC for the traffic stop might have been not using a blinker or whatever it was. But the second I approach the vehicle, sure, I now have the odor of marijuana or maybe there's DWI or something like that. Now I can start to detain everybody that's in the car because there's now crime afoot that might be involved with everybody that's here. If it's a non-investigative stop, I still have a lot of issue with the idea that you're going to control the movement. If that person chooses to stay in your crime scene, sure, I can make him stay in that car. But if he chooses to not be part of this crime scene and I do not have a charge I'm specifically detaining that individual on, is that not trampling on someone's constitutional right to freedom and movement? That's my challenge to this. And though you might get lucky and this will pass muster, right? Why would I risk a lawsuit if I don't have an ironclad case? And this is the reason why I'm a team. I am detaining the driver unless I have a reason to believe that I need to be detaining the passengers for something else. It doesn't mean I always tell them, get the fuck out of here. It's true. I wouldn't say it. If they were willing to, consent to sitting there for my detention, by all means. And most of the time, passengers aren't going to bounce out of a car, right? Now, if I stop them in the middle of a highway and this guy goes booking it, I have a pedestrian on a roadway. So the way I'm articulating this is very different. But a lot of times, and this is a parking lot, right? I have a stop in a parking lot, and this person is now freely walking in a parking lot, and I only have a moving violation. What's my detention? What crime did I witness? What crime am I suspecting them of happening? So there's definitely going to be people on both sides of this fence, but the reason I lean to the former is for that very reason, is I don't have a detention. And again, of course it would fucking happen in California. In California, you had openly sheriffs taking bribes to get CHLs. Well documented, and probably none of the charges are getting pressed. California is wild. That really, I don't know, man. There are certain places, New York, there's things in Texas where I do feel like people's constitutional rights are being trampled. I have complaints all across the board now being somebody and it's because I was a constitutional police officer. I believed in the Constitution. There were things that I got in trouble for at my police department for not doing because I'm like, I get that it's your policy, but I would argue that if somebody gave a shit and decided to sue me over this, I'm going to lose qualified immunity because I believe that there's constitutional protections against what I'm doing. You might have won in some one-off court case where the person couldn't afford the legal counsel to do it, but with my luck, I get the one guy that can, you know what I mean? Or doesn't care. I don't know. Just food for thought. Food for thought. It is your ass being held accountable for the actions you do as a police officer. You're not going to get to say policy said XYZ. You're not going to get to say, and again, you have to live with the decisions. Oh, he told me to stage, so let's sit here and listen to all these kids cry out for help. Just my 2 cents. If you're a police officer, that is the burden you're taking on. And so that's my only pushback on this. And it's, again, why I said it earlier in my very first video with street cop training. I agree. And yes, you can use that case law to defend detaining somebody. I just wouldn't want to be on the business end if, let's say, a use of force came out of that. Let's say I get into a shooting with this kid. Right? They're going to
Which we've seen many, many times
Sure.
on this show.
Sure.
A lot of times it happens.
Sure.
And a lot of it could have been avoided. And a lot of annoying things could have been avoided if you just let the dude run.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
Like,
If I'm going to get in a
what was
shooting,
the one that
I
we
want it
saw?
to be ironclad if I get in a shooting. I want it to be iron fucking clad. I don't detain anybody unless I'm 100% sure. If there's some weird mitigating circumstance, like there was just a robbery, sure, I'll stop somebody on just reasonables for just matching the description. 100%. Do you know what I mean? I have extenuating circumstances to lead me to believe that this person is a risk to the public if I don't at least investigate. And if my justification for it was, hey, somebody was violently robbed down the street that was wearing a yellow jacket with jeans, and you're a yellow jacket with jeans male, right? I have a duty to the public to investigate. But, like, if I did a traffic stop and the guy happens to run and I happen to chase him and he happens to have a gun and I happen to get into a shooting, they're going to say, well, what was the original reason for interacting with him? And that is just not what I want to be sitting on the stand trying to defend. I don't want my freedom as an individual to be held by that. And I also don't want to be making a life or death decision based off of somebody ran from a traffic stop. Now, if it's the driver, come go and do your thing because you had a detention. You had a lawful reason to be interacting with that person. But that's really my personal pushback on that. And that's a taste thing. There's plenty of good cops that are better than me that have worked their career off of Brendolin v. California. But
Which also, and I will say, because one thing about court cases especially is that they apply to the specific circumstances that they are being applied to for the most part. So yes, you can kind of generalize to some situations, but if they run in, you get into a use of force. This may not apply to your case because this was about Fourth Amendment protections for passengers within the vehicle, not, I looked it up because he told me to look it up, bitch, and I guess I'm a bitch. But I wanted to know what the hell we're going to be talking about because I wanted to see, okay, so what does this mean? But it was about the Fourth Amendment protections of the passenger. It didn't do, nobody there ran and like got into a use of force and whatever, So like that has not been, so it's like your case law can protect you, but you don't want to look at it as this foolproof thing that it's like.
Well, it's a free pass. I'm like, no. Same thing. We shared a lot with like fleeing felon, right? There's a fleeing felon. Well, is he running into an empty field, or is he running into a school? You know what I mean? Because there's a difference. Because the whole reason that I get off the top of my head, it's leaving me now for some odd reason. My brain is not working today. Tennessee v. Garner. He's jumping a fence into a neighborhood knowing that he's armed, right? Mid jumping, that cop was like, if this guy leaves this fence armed and dangerous and the whole nine, and he's already committing a violent felony, I am leaving the public in danger by not doing something about it. So I'm going to seize him as an arrest with deadly force to ensure that he's no longer a threat to everybody else. 110%. If he was running into the woods and nobody lived in that, you're like in the middle of, nowhere, am I really shooting that guy? Well, they're going to say, well, what was the risk to the public? There was none. Oh, but he's a fleeing felon. Tennessee v. Garner. If that's how deep your understanding is of the law, good fucking luck, dude. That's my 2 cents on it. I whole-assed this shit, which is why we're doing the damn show, which is why we do these body cam breakdowns.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be, and you know what? I get to sit here, fat on the hog, having taken a bunch of people to prison and pointed a lot of guns at people and fought a lot of people and injured a handful of them. Everything I did was perfectly legal. I got to maintain my qualified immunity because I wasn't doing dumb shit. And it didn't end up on the news.
Yeah.
And it wasn't.
That's one of my pet peeves. That's one of my pet peeves with the way that social media in general has kind of trained us to think about things is this sort of like quip. You got to have a quippy answer to everything. And most things are not that simple. And so like, there's obviously a whole lot more to this situation, but way more complicated, but it doesn't make a good video. to go and be like, okay, now take our course that's going to take you through the entire case and put you through all of these different scenarios where it doesn't apply, et cetera, et cetera. And at the end of the day, that's all for the lawyers to figure out.
Yeah.
But you still have to think about it on your end. And if you're just watching the video and thinking, oh,
Yep.
I have a pass for this, you're going to end up in a situation like a lot of the ones that we watch that you didn't need to get into.
Yep.
Where you might be on the stand.
And it's like,
or you might be a defendant.
It ultimately, like, it's education, right? I think we have to even put it in the description every single time we do these things, because all we do is show a bunch of people getting murdered on this damn show. But like, we break down all of these slivers so that you can act quickly and judiciously, not only as an observer to understand that, hey, I'm not watching a civil rights violation, I'm watching an officer executing the law in a lawful way. Or if you're going to get into your keyboard warrior arguments, at least you're going to know what the fuck you're talking about. But also as a police officer, like, what's my checklist for knowing what I got? Right? Or when is it appropriate to start punching someone in the face? Like, it's why I get into the stupid minutia of, well, what are you trying to do to accomplish handcuffing, and what's preventing you from doing that? Is it your inability? Well, if you're punching someone in the face because you suck at handcuffing, that's not going to hold up in court, right? But if you're having to punch somebody in the face because they're on crack and you're about to break your own arm trying to get this guy in punch him in the face, kick him in the face. I don't care what you do at that point, right? So, like, we're trying to help educate you so that you can more quickly determine whether you're in the safety zone of qualified immunity, and it's really what you're trying to stay in. And it's because you're acting as a peacekeeper for the state and for the people that pay taxes for you to be there. It's the whole reason for this discussion. And it's why I really hate when shit gets simplified, because it's never that simple. Every single instance is super unique, and it's why for forever, this is like forever content, because every single time something new happens, I try to explain what's going on and why we think about it and why it's not... My knee-jerk reaction every time I watched a passenger run was like, well, do I have a reason to detain this guy? No deuces. That was always my first instinct wasn't to chase him. My first instinct was, are there warrants on the car? And that's why I'm stopping it. Okay, I'm stopping the car for warrants. Even before I turn my lights on, if anyone runs from this car, I'm chasing him. I already knew that because it's an investigative stop on the vehicle. It's reasonable to believe that if the warrant's for a male and a male runs from that car, sure, I have every reason to chase. But if it's for speeding, I already knew the second I knew right before I turned those lights on, this is what I'm stopping this car for. Generally speaking, unless this guy gets out and starts shooting at me or something like that, I'm only detaining this driver. I could give two shits. Now, from a safety standpoint, I can prevent the passenger from moving around in the vehicle. I can prevent the passenger from reaching into places. Sure, 100%. Because that's my traffic stop. That's my investigative. I now own that investigation. And as a police officer, I can control for scene safety's sake all I want. I can get everybody out of the vehicle if I want. I can frisk them for weapons if I want. Cursory search. Don't be putting your hands in pockets and shit. I can even do a visual inspection, right, from the outside of the vehicle in to look and see if there's any weapons that I have in plain view. There's plenty of things I can do. Just know what you can't do, or at least what you shouldn't be doing. It's the whole point of that discussion. Man, you got me flying off the rails today, Juan. You got me all over the place. I'm only 6
This is what it's about, man.
Yeah.
Gotta get in the weeds.
Yeah, it is a lot of, and I'll say this, Pamela, and I'm glad you mentioned this. It is a lot of, like, I'm not going to say yes or no, but there's like, it has to, if it looks like a duck, it might be a duck is the thing I used to always tell with rookies and stuff like that. But I'm looking for the beak. I'm looking for the feathers. I'm looking for the, the wings. I'm looking, like, the more of those clues I have, the more quickly I can react to it. Now, if I only got feathers, I don't know that it's a duck. It could be an eagle. It could be whatever. And the whole purpose of that analogy is, you need to start learning on what you should be picking up on and how quick. Again, with pre-attack cues, there's an easy thing that I can think of is the more you're around it and the more you like kind of practice this thought process that we do all the time, the quicker you pick up on it. I talk to people that were pissed off at me all the time. They were pissed the cops were coming, right? The difference between someone being mad and someone that's about to try to jump me was, to me now, night and day. But when I was new, I was, of course he's mad. I'm the police. Well, now he's clenching his fist, and now he's quartering me, and now he's looking around to see who's looking. He's staring at my gun. Like, this got a little weird. Like, no one single thing is going to make me think I need to go hands-on to keep this person from fighting me. But the more I started to see some of those attributes of, you got all the warning signs of somebody that might want to fight me, the more anxiety I felt that I had to go ahead and go hands-on. Now, they could scream all they want and sit on the curb and say, I'm going to fucking fight you, and so on and so forth, and I wouldn't do anything. Because I'm like, they're not exhibiting any other pre-attack cue. It's annoying, but that doesn't mean I'm going to go hands-on. Or it doesn't mean I'm going to go and cuff and release these guys. All this shit matters because, again, some asshole's going to evaluate your shit on the internet. But worse than that is if something comes of it, you're going to be sitting on a stand, possibly looking at sitting in prison or losing your job or becoming a national celebrity in the worst kind of way.
Mm-hmm. Making it worse for everybody else.
Big fucking exactly. 2020 sucked super big balls. And it's not because it was the most controversial thing that ever happened in law enforcement. It's because of how it went down and when it went down and what the media decided to do with it, because he allowed those circumstances to happen. And then I had a really bad time and had to go work 80-hour weeks and, you know, not sleep and then like deal with death threats and all that fun stuff. So, yeah. Don't do that shit. It's going to make me mad. You're going to end up on my videos and I'm going to bitch you out digitally at least. Pamela agrees with me. That's it. My night is made. Fuck it. I'm signing off now.
That's all we needed.
Let's see.
That's why we do these.
Might not have PC to stop the passenger, but usually if the passenger jumps out and starts running, 9 out of 10 times it's not for a good reason. I agree. Warrant, gun, etc., but you still don't really have PC to chase them. And that's kind of why I said, like, again, if they run straight to a sidewalk, they might have warrants, they might have the gun, and I might have plenty of charges. I just don't have PC, right? And I even really don't have reasonable suspicion, because then my only reasonable suspicion, I'm going to say, is the person fled from a vehicle, which is unusual. The guy being unusual is not enough to, you know, if I had to write my warrant for this guy and said, well, it was kind of unusual, that's not good enough. But again, if I was stopping somebody on a highway and I could articulate pedestrian or roadway, 100%. There was one time where I saw two people hitting each other in the vehicle, and the passenger tried to leave, and I detained him for a domestic assault. That was my PC for detaining him. I was like, no, you're not going anywhere. I was like, why? I was like, you're punching that guy. I was like, right. I was like, well, how do y'all know each other? He's like, well, we're roommates. And I was like, oh, cool. So I have a domestic assault. It was that quick. And I had my detention because I said, until I can determine their relationship, I have two people assaulting me and insulting each other in my presence. I could articulate that all day long and articulate my reasonable suspicion for an offense in my presence. And that's a shall arrest thing. So, of course, I can go as far as using force to detain this person. But that's how well you have to know the law. And you have to know it like that and be able to articulate it like that. Because let's say that person asks, what am I being detained for? Don't be one of these fucking idiots that said, because I said so, or whatever the fuck it is. When you come out, and it was the one thing that deflated 90% of the fights I probably should have been in. They got all big in their britches. And again, this is post-2020. All big in the britches. Oh, you ain't shit. What? Am I being detained? Yes. Why? Well, you just punched that person. Well, yeah, it's an assault in my presence. Is that at the very minimum, fighting in public. So yes, you're detained. Yes, you're going to sit the fuck right there. And if you have a problem with it, I'll put you in handcuffs in my patrol car. That's not illegal. Okay, well, have fun with that. Have fun, fighting that in court. Know what you got. I'm a huge advocate. This is why we go through this exercise. And hopefully, my dream one day is that I have somebody come into the chat and said, I watched that one video and totally bazinga'd some loser because he said, oh, dude, why am I being detained? And I remembered something from one of these videos you watch, and I got to troll the fuck out of that shithead. That's my dream. Somebody make it come true. Because of St. George, I'm not finishing reading that, but yes, Chris Kaufman, you're 100% right. I unequivocally agree with what you said, but yes, it was really sucky. Female Philly cop opens up a can of whoop ass on a turd. What? That was not a pre-attack cue. That was getting assaulted.
Oh, shit.
This is the one I was talking about the unfriendly crowd.
That's a pretty unfriendly crowd. Get off his neck. He's over here actively punching cops, and they're like, get off his neck. I hated this. This was every fight we got into post Chris Kaufman's comment. Any one of those punches can knock you out. Oh, top mount. Top mount.
Nice. What?
This is what we call a dominant position in jiu-jitsu. Shout out. Now this guy is holding a fucking taser in his hand.
I was about to point that out. I'm like, what are you doing, man? You could be helping, but instead you're just like
I'm gonna point
tool dependency.
I'm gonna point something out. And this is for you sly dogs that are out here. If you look at his footwear, he's wearing boots. Boots that actually go past his shins. These are called riding boots for motorcycles. You'll see people that ride Harleys and stuff like that. It's basically motorcycles that the exhaust goes along the bottom of the motorcycle. If you look at sport bikes, typically the exhausts are really short and they come out the back. You don't have to worry about burning yourself, right? But on those types of bicycles, you have to worry about burning yourself because the exhausts come out the side. Motors cops, which is what we used to call them, I don't know what you call them anywhere else, the motorcycle riding kind, chips and all that shit, they wear these types of boots. I don't know why, it's in fashion, but the functionality behind it so you don't burn the shit out of your leg if your leg touches the exhaust of your bicycle. I had a couple of really good motors cops that I really respected. They were good guys. I also had like 60% of them that were total douchebags. They would do some bullshit like this.
Tase him from 3 feet away.
He tased him.
Y'all came out here starting. Okay, I got all that shit. Him hit.
Yep. And that is how a lot of the fights in my beat went down. Everyone was mad at us because this guy, he was only shooting at people. I'm sorry. Sorry for taking him to jail. My bad. Or I love it.
Be back next time.
They'll be beating the tar out of like their girlfriend or something, and they're all trying to break it up, and they're fighting the guy. And the second we showed up, we were somehow the bad guys. It was the weirdest thing ever. Pamela on pepper spraying the crowd. If you warn them, yes. I won't know that I'd do it con blanche, but it wouldn't be a terrible way of detaining. The only downside is if you spray the crowd, everyone's getting sprayed. You're getting sprayed. The suspect's getting sprayed. I am not a fan of OC for that very reason. OC spray is really unpleasant. Kristen, our favorite badge bunnies in the chat. What is going on? The future, Mrs. Nora Charles. Shout out to her. It's good to see you. No burns with boots. Pamela gets it. I don't know what her experience with motorcycle riding is, but it's totally a thing. It's still every fight I get into, unfortunately. Tyler probably doesn't police in a very nice area. And it's weird, because, like, the few times that I got into, like, we'll call them altercations. I don't even really call them fights. In, like, the nicer play, everyone's team us. Everyone's like, yeah, fuck that guy or whatever. Or depending on who the victim was. Like, if you, like, were fighting in, like, a gas station or something, everybody was mad at you. If it was, like, a public arena, everyone was mad at you. But it was always when it happened in, like, apartment complexes or, like, in a neighborhood or something like that. Everyone hated you. It was a very strange phenomenon. And that was all of our Instagram stuff. Shout out to that. Did you send me anything, Juan?
I don't think so. No, nothing new. Like I was looking for. I may have sent one more, but I think you might have already gotten it. Okay. We did get 2 more from Polo Platinum from the Discord. I don't know if you saw those.
I did not.
But there was I did send a shirtless dude in a parking lot. I don't know if you're wielding a knife in a parking lot. I don't know if you got that one or not.
If I don't catch to it, we'll look at it at the end of the day or at the end of this. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 8 YouTube videos to go through. I want to thank Retro for stopping by, and I want to thank everybody that liked the stream so far. Perilous Mastodon says, a person can be smart. A crowd can be the dumbest thing on earth. That's the wisest thing said so far in this chat. Shout out to that. And,
it's so true.
And as Chris Kaufman said, he didn't do nothing is correct. Trigger warning to all that kind of stuff. This clearly has a shout out to Good Luck America for providing this video. I don't know what they normally release, but they're the ones that provided it. Family calls cops on their brother. Apparently something bad happens. We'll see.
Hey, gun people. Another execution.
Oh, I don't want.
Done last night, and he said
Commentary.
that he is coming over.
Is this a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
What did he tell you?
Captions would be nice.
So he bought a gun.
What's your brother's name?
Trevor Seaver.
What's his date of birth?
He will be 30 in April, so 29 right now.
Okay, is he white, black, Hispanic, Asian?
White.
Shortly after receiving the 911 call, staff in our real-time crime center recognized Mr.
City
Seaver's
of
name
Modesto.
and remembered a
Nothing
recent
good's gonna
officer
happen
safety
here.
bulletin about him. In early December, detectives became aware of extremely concerning posts on Mr. Seaver's Instagram.
That was pretty par for the course, to be honest. Like, this is not this is. If you're a cop now, you should be used to this. So.
Regarding
Hey, for 425, he could have said, "You officers should freaking die for arresting me." That would have been the terrorist threats. So all of the information is another.
I want the video. California. Oh, he's defining the crime that happened. I'll tell you if a crime happened. Shout out to this G-Shock watch.
The crime is your camera's freaking crooked.
Yeah, I hate these shoulder-mounted ones. That's right, Axon. I said it.
He's gonna be a WMA black beanie, black hoodie, charcoal gray sweats.
WMA.
And I'm Adam 20. Nobody is address right now. Looks like
He's Adam 20.
Okay, they're playing so you can get easier.
The 2118 Woodland address, 53 Light Church in the Blackberry.
So I'm guessing he's searching the area for this guy. This is what it looks like he's doing, at least. Oh,
Okay, go.
well, he's got a Gucci gun. I saw that.
Shit. How freaking far? I don't. I mean, I didn't hear.
Oh, he was way far out there. Damn.
Guy is. Times.
I'm trying to skip over his commentary because he's got kind of a grating voice. But
You better hope dudes that you're in pain. Be feared. Tell his hand up. You're filling him officers. I mean, this out in the middle.
West side of the park.
Now we go. I got more.
I mean, don't terroristically threaten your family members, I guess. Shout out to this guy, I guess, for having the skills to go shoot the guy. But I wish I knew more about why he was there and whether he was armed and so on and so forth. I'm not criticizing the video. I'm just saying there's not enough information, and this guy keeps talking every 5 seconds.
I'm criticizing the video because this dude's narration sucks.
There's that.
Like, I'm sure it's a commentary video and he's got his axe to grind or whatever. Either, and I don't know what direction because we didn't hear any of what he said, but
It is
like,
what it is.
it's not particularly helpful.
No. Who sent this video? Dr. Jun. Sorry. I didn't. I provide what Patreon wants. Okay, I provide what Patreon wants. Tag.
I don't even remember that one being on here, so I don't know where that came from.
Damn it! Sorry, I'm late, Chief. Won't happen again. Nighthawk. Tisk tisk.
Nighthawk.
Drop a like. Drop a like since you're here. Making sure I'm not missing anything in the chat. Tyler. Yeah, dude. Pepper spray sucks, especially getting back sprayed by pepper spray. Is the
Tyler says, if I'm not mistaken, the cop faced charges in that shooting. I might be wrong. I mean, maybe it would
I'd
be.
just be curious to see. And again, if the call text is this guy showing up trying to kill us, or trying to hurt us, he sees the guy, recognizes the guy's got warrants for his arrest or whatever, and he's not compliant. Maybe I could see it, but
Yeah. I can't find the video in our Discord, so I don't know how to pull up like where it's from or any of that stuff.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where I pulled. I pulled everything from the Discord. So, Shout out to Law and Crime. I know they don't need our help on subscribers, but go check it out. Officer opens fire on teenagers in McDonald's parking lot. Let's see if it gives us any context. No context.
Yay. Well, I think they do like a narration thing.
Get out of the car.
Shocking body camera footage shows the moments a police officer opens fire on a pair of teenagers in a McDonald's parking lot. It happened in San Antonio, Texas on October 2nd. Just before 10:30 that evening, officials received a call for a disturbance at a local McDonald's. When Officer James Brenard responded to the call, he noticed a vehicle that was involved in a separate incident.
I got a vehicle over here that fled from me the other day. He's in the parking lot.
I guess he memorized the plate? And I guess evading in a vehicle, I'm trying to think through this. So let's say he evaded in a vehicle and they issued a warrant for it. Because you really can't, like, let's say I see you littering, right? But I don't get a chance to detain you to give you the ticket. I can't, like, recognize you later and issue the citation. That's not how that works. There's, like, a certain, I don't know the legal jargon behind it, but I can't, like, try to enforce crime that's, like, happened previously. Unless I articulate it, report it, get a warrant written, and then I'm effecting an arrest on that warrant. But I'd be curious to see what the details were on that. He's saying he recognized the vehicle that had fled from him on a separate day.
After calling for backup, Brenard walked over to the vehicle and opened the door.
Get out of the car.
Body camera video shows the driver, later identified as 17-year-old Eric Cantu, with a stunned look on his face and what appears to be a McDonald's meal in his lap. After just 1 second of delay, Cantu puts the vehicle in reverse and attempts to drive off.
So, my first critique is that he did not identify himself as a law enforcement officer. I get that he's in uniform, probably, but, and I talk about this, when you're maybe going to get into a use of force, these are things you should just have like a script. So-and-so PD, you're being detained for whatever, say something, but notify that person that they're law enforcement, because currently, he just swung the guy's door open and said, get out of the car. What's the difference between that and a carjacking, and how much time am I going to give a person to decide whether or not he's being carjacked or being detained by law enforcement? Just food for thought.
The vehicle's open door hits Brenard and he opens fire. When Cantu continues driving off, Brenard opens fire for a second time.
Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired!
After that, Brenard begins chasing the vehicle.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Cantu and the 17-year-old girl in the passenger seat were pulled over on a nearby street. Cantu was taken to the hospital to be treated for critical injuries. He was later charged with evading detention with a vehicle and assault on a peace officer.
So I get the assault on a peace officer because he did get hit by the, and it might honestly be the only thing that covers this guy on the shooting as far as actual charges are concerned, because he did reverse. And a door is absolutely a weapon if you're reversing with it. I don't know that it's illegal per se, but he got canned. And the issue is going to be, did this person knowingly and intentionally assault a peace officer? Or is it just going to be aggravated assault, right? As opposed to, because an element of that is it has to be a police officer, and this person had to knowingly do this to a police officer, right? And the reasonableness is going to come from, he didn't identify himself. I don't know why I was detained. And I get it that he fled, and the evading in a vehicle thing I kind of get. I'd be interested to see how this plays out in court, and like what the character, like whether or not it was a warrant he had for his arrest for evading in a vehicle prior to this. Because in Texas, that'd be a felony. And a lot of times that's why we terminate pursuits, is as long as I have the driver identified and the vehicle identified, I can issue a warrant for this guy later and we try to pick him up later. But
does it say in the description if he had a warrant or anything like that?
Didn't say anything in the description I read.
Okay, because I know this got shared like 3 different times, so let me see if one of the other ones has a better...
I agree completely, Chris Kaufman, that running from the cops is problem number 1. Don't do that shit. That's stupid. Or at least tell them you work for the tree bark PD.
Oh, this one has an actual narration from the police department. They fired the officer. So
Send it to me. I'd be curious.
here's one. Take a look at that one. Yeah, I'm going to send that to you right now.
Because I don't want to. I don't want to have to do this. I don't want to have to do this story.
Yeah.
Sir.
My only issue is he didn't announce. I get it. He's making eye contact with him here, so maybe he should be able to see that he's in uniform. But if I'm like,
yeah, but he's also like kind of backlit,
and let's say I'm trying to be in the same way that I would say a police officer under a high stress situation really can't be held liable for stuff outside of his periphery, right? Because you get a stress response, your peripheral vision goes away or whatever, you start having tunnel vision, the whole nine. He might just see this officer's face. He legitimately might not see this guy's uniform or anything like that, and might be fleeing because the only thing he knows is someone randomly ripped his door open and told him to get out, which feels like a carjacking. As opposed to a traffic stop where there's the flashy lights and the siren and like the police car, like it's more reasonable to charge this person because he's like, so what about the flashy lights and the patrol car? Did you think that was not a police officer? And again, when you're continuing to evade in a vehicle, you can't say, well, I've literally watched officers get on the air horn and yell, this is the police department, while pursuing a vehicle just to further cement that PC for that charge. Did you share it in Discord?
Yeah. I sent it to you directly.
Gotcha. Oh, you sent it to me directly.
Yeah, that's my big concern as well, because I brought this up a couple of times before, but like the reasonableness of how long do you give somebody to actually like mentally understand that you are the police and that they are interacting with a police officer? Because to me that seemed really short.
Nothing.
Well, and it's
without you identifying yourself. If he had said it, that would be something else.
Well,
but
and the reason I bring that up is because that sword cuts both ways. If I'm, and I've said this multiple times, if you pull out a cell phone in a shooting gesture, I don't feel bad when the cop shoots you because you're expecting that officer to make a split-second decision. I will cover that officer 9 times out of 10 saying that is a lawful, justified shooting because you are unreasonably asking that officer to make a split-second decision that could cost him his life. And that person made an action that created those circumstances. All day long, I'll be say qualified immunity, the whole nine. Here, again, the shoe is now on the other foot. I have a citizen that's having to make potentially a life-altering decision. If he doesn't flee, he might be now subject to an arrest or a robbery, if I want to call it. In the same way, let's say this was a robbery and this guy ran over his perpetrator, we'd be sitting here laughing about fuck around and find out. I've done it plenty of times on this channel where I'm like, haha, see, bitch, fuck around and find out. But you have to act quickly and judiciously to do all this kind of stuff. And that's how small the margin of error is in a lot of these situations. I love how the entire incident was recorded on a brand of body cam that stated a few years ago, Josh has a love-hate relationship with. Agreed. Fuck Axon.
That I can say that can defend what he did.
Okay.
Nothing that.
This is also your chief letting you out to dry. Get fucked. This is what happens anytime anything like this happens. If you operate in the gray, be prepared to be served a very cold dish of go fuck yourself.
I can say that can defend what he did, his actions that night.
A San Antonio police officer terminated after a shooting involving 2 teens Sunday night in a Northside parking lot. SAPD released body cam footage of the incident that happened around 10:45 Sunday night in a McDonald's parking lot.
I guarantee you, even here, he probably doesn't know he's being detained because the door handle gets pulled. He's now getting shot at. Does this not feel like a robbery? You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's only because you're given such a small.
Feels like a gang hit.
That's kind of what I'm getting at, and that's why it's so. And this is why we talk about this. And this is why I have the discussion. If I had to approach a car like this, right? We don't detain cars with their bodies. It would have been super simple to get my patrol car, pack that little BMW up, and turn my lights on and my takedowns. And approach that car in a way. Now, there's same thing plays itself out. He gets smoked. I high five. I smack that guy in the ass. Good job. That's what that fucking asshole gets for trying to run you over.
You had it at high five and you went for.
Oh, fuck him. Yeah, no, I went the whole 9. Yeah, I know. And the reason being is because, again, that person made clear decisions and knowingly and intentionally engaged in behavior that's putting people at work and not valuing the lives of the people around him. That's why I'm that hard line about it. In the same way that I'm nitpicking the shit out of what's going on here, that blade cuts both. You guys know me at this point. I'm only because I've been on the business end of these, and I had a lot of people that are only breathing today because I had the patience and gave a fuck at the time. That's hashtag why I'm not a cop anymore. I don't. So don't try. Don't try me now. Because I
You
know
should have had the little guardian light on his shoulder with the little reds and blues.
Stop, get the fuck out of here. We're going to fight today. A guardian light does
little
not,
woo-woos on it.
Does not constitute as reasonable notification. God, they're going to clip this. I hate you for even saying that on my channel. You motherfucker. They're going to clip that.
He'd still have a job.
Only cops said that.
I hope they do, because then I can invoice them for it.
Jesus.
Sponsored by Guardian Light.
Let's see. Nope, just a crappy Chevy Impala. Wow. Hold on. I'm reading comments. IDK, if I pull the trigger on that, I'll chase it to the wheels fall off. I'm with Tyler on that. I understand the police officer getting hit by the door and thinking it's a deadly threat. I understand the thought process on this, but at the same time, if I'm approaching a car by surprise, I need to anticipate this car moving on me, right? And so, like, it's a reasonable. What position am I putting this person in, right? That's the same thing.
That's what I was about to say.
Because and I work nights, right? And so when I was working midnights, I flashlighted the shit out of everyone that I came into contact with. If I stopped a car, my takedowns were on, my spotlight was in the rearview mirror. I looked like a damn alien looking to come abduct them until I was actually making eye contact with them. And from a tactic standpoint, it was for my safety because I don't want somebody to just turn around and shoot me in the face. But that being said, me knowing this, I interacted with that person differently. I was very quick to notify that, hey, I'm Officer Josh, Darlington Police Department, so on and so forth. You're detained for this reason. It's very quick to establish that kind of stuff. And if anyone was like, well, how do I know you're a real cop? I'll let you call 911 right now. Put it on speakerphone and I'll let you call 911. I'd be perfectly happy. And is that super extra? Yes, but I was super extra. So it is what it is.
Mm-hmm. So I found the article about this. So basically, it said that the officer thought that this was the car that was involved in a disturbance that like Saturday night, which was like a couple of days before. And so he followed it. He said he recognized the driver. Turned out that Cantu and nor the car were involved in anything involved with that thing. So different car, different person entirely. It says, we don't know who was driving that vehicle the day before, so I don't know what the officer was thinking, but we don't know who was driving that vehicle before, nor did he. And so basically he essentially detained some kid for no reason except thinking that it was the same car.
So and that was gonna be my second question. Like, unless, and this is kind of, and I don't know if you'll notice this, you can rewatch the tape because this is live and you can record it. My first question was like, did he recognize the license plate and the make and model of the car? Like, why am I approaching the vehicle to begin with? And again, it comes down to, when the passenger runs on a traffic stop, what's my detention before I go in here and get in a use of force? This is the reason I had that discussion, is because right now that this stupid encounter escalated to a use of force, what was my reason for contact? If I have a reason for contact and I have XYZ happening, there's still a little bit of questions to be asked about the use of force, as far as, again, did I notify him that I was a police officer? How reasonable was my notification to that person before they acted? So on and so forth. But
this dude was on probation still.
Oh, then he's for sure getting canned. This could have been a completely kosher shooting, and he has still probably got canned. That's how being on probation works.
He had served on the force for 7 months before this shooting. Damn.
Yeah. Oh man, Sweeper goes, oh, they thought, oh, there goes my license plate theory. Oh, and that's kind of why I asked. I was like, it's an important, like, the corporal in the back of your mind should be asking you, well, rookie, what do you got? You know what I mean? Like, that should be your first question before you, because again, being a cop and using that power that's bestowed onto you based on your commission is all predicated on whether or not you're doing a law enforcement objective. That's preventing crime, or, seeing that crime is afoot and trying to intervene for the betterment of society, and so on and so forth. But You have to be super careful with it because that is a privilege you were given, but the responsibility of that, your feet are going to be held to the fire. And again, this is what's happening right now. Seems like recklessness to me. Cranking rounds off at a car that's fleeing, yeah. As Josh said, high speed low track did. Yeah, I don't want to dunk too hard on the, again. Like, shout out to this guy for wanting to do the job, but this is why I do this show. This is why I have this discussion, and this is had I been the officer.
We were doing this show 7 months ago. He should have been watching.
There it is.
Tell all your cop friends to watch this so they don't become this guy and lose their damn job.
So when he's probably looking at charges too, to be honest, I'd be really surprised if the DA, because now they charged him, right? So he did the report for the shooting, right? And the police department approved. He had a supervisor that approved the charge, right? And that went to the DA's office. Now, the DA's office gets to decide whether or not they're actually going to charge posthumously this kid, right? Or whatever. I don't know if he's dead or not.
He's alive. He was in the hospital.
Well, post getting shot, right? They're going to decide whether or not, and I'll be honest, this is how shitty cities are. They might do it to avoid the lawsuit, right? Or try to settle with him now and say, hey, well, we won't press the charges if you'll accept a settlement. That's how this shit goes down in the backdrop. This is real fucking shitty. But hashtag why it's important and why policing is important and these types of discussions are important. But a car driving up to you and you shooting at the thing isn't unreasonable. The kid thinking he's getting robbed is not unreasonable, right? The onus of what happened, it's just like a robbery, right? If I commit a robbery and Grandpappy goes and tries to smoke me and shoot someone down the street in the process, I created the circumstances that created the loss of life or limb or whatever. So I'm held liable as Mr. Robber, not old Pappy with the shotgun, right? Now, I'm not saying don't go willy-nilly, be responsible. As a police officer, if I'm the one that initiated the contact, I'm going to be held liable for the stuff that occurs during that traffic stop, or during that detention, or during that whatever, unless I'm acting on behalf of somebody else. And in that case, I have some reasonable cause there, because if they said, hey, I think that car went and beat the shit out of me, and then tried to drive off. And then the officer goes, well, maybe I have an aggravated assault. Maybe that's what I'm investigating. Same situation plays out, we're having a different discussion, but he thought he saw a car that might be related to something and was willing to, fake carjacking in this kid's mind. It's not a good look. And this is why we split hairs about detentions and whether or not it's legal and why I'm not fucking California v. whatever. It gives me authority. That's why we give a shit. Because this kid's no longer, not only just not employed, but he's possibly looking at charges in prison time for that. Good luck, my dude.
Blanco Road.
Yeah, good luck.
So, quick question about lawsuits specifically, because there's a quote in this article from the chief that says, our training is sound. There's nothing that we need to change that would fix what happened. That was an individual officer's actions, his own discretion. Is that basically a don't sue us, sue him? He no longer has qualified immunity, basically?
There's 3 letters to explain this, and it is CYA. It is the nature of the beast when it comes to public administrators, whether it's city managers, whether it's city planners, whether it's the look at what happened to not Manti Te'o, Tuga Tagovailoa, the quarterback for the Miami Dolphins recently got a really bad concussion, right? And then they let him play anyway.
They let him go back out there, yeah. It was the Not Another Teen Movie guy that had the concussion counter.
First thing the NFL does, well, we don't authorize who plays and who doesn't play. First thing the Miami Dolphins do, well, we don't decide whether or not he's good enough to come back. What I guarantee you the coach is going to say, well, the doctor told me he was okay to play. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. There was people watching the game that were like, bro, oh boy, is not okay. I mean, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a biologist, but like my guy looks like he's got a concussion, right? And so like what the first thing that happens is they automatically start talking about I'm not liable for this because of XYZ reason. Their training's absolutely deficient. If you produce an officer that is going to engage in something like that, you're probably deficient. You thought he was okay. You not only trained him, You had multiple, whether it's in the academy or whether it was field training officers or his supervisors, that believed that he was fit and ready to do the job. And
or didn't, and you let him through anyway.
Exactly.
That also happens.
I guarantee you, if you went back and maybe looked at some of that stuff, or if you asked the officers that worked with this guy, and I know this because I had an officer that worked with me that got into a very questionable shooting and got canned the whole nine, and we all whispered about, I don't know, man. He seems a little too, sure of himself on some of this stuff. And some of this stuff's really on the line. And I think he's biting off too much more than he can chew, and so on and so forth. It's so rare that these things happen out of nowhere. You know what I mean? And so, like, it's... I'm not saying that that anything nefarious happened behind closed doors, but all of them are trying to cover their ass. It's absolutely why he said what he said. He was briefed by the legal team on exactly what the fuck he needed to say before he said it. Caitlin, what is going on? It is okay that you are late because you are here. I appreciate your presence. So much politicking. Pamela, that's all fucking administrators are politicians.
That's their job.
Yeah. Do you think there's enough training for officers? I don't know that there'll ever be enough training for officers, to be honest. I really think most of this would be fixed with recruiting standards, to be honest. I think if you were a little harsher when it came to disqualifiers, I really truly believe that your application process, for as long as it takes, they should have like pre-academy stress tests where they keep you for 24 hours and make you do a bunch of annoying shit and see who's over there who's going to lash out. I should auto fail you. I had guys that during OC day, it took 5 or 6 of us to restrain him because he was angry and he wanted to fight instructors and he wanted to fight and we're all like sitting there like, we all got OC'd and somehow magically we were able to go and be miserable and not lash out on everybody around us. Why are we like, how is that not an automatic fail? Right? Because if you can't do it in a controlled environment, what makes you think you're going to be able to do it out in the wild? So I really think, like I said, recruiting standards, I think are going to do more good faster for law enforcement agencies. And that also goes retroactively. If you got guys that do not cut the mustard, if that makes any sense, you know what I mean? Like that you should be washing out some of these guys that clearly aren't able to do the job. That being said, training could always be better. I just don't know that you'll ever be able to afford enough training to bring everybody up to that standard. So it's a lose-lose situation, to be honest. People should be less shitty. We unfortunately can't, and I don't want to live in a place where we can make that law, but I mean, it is what it is. Could he have... Nighthawk, we're going to fight, I swear. He said, could he have tased him? No. Dr. Jujun, giving a wave. Okay, what is this? Body cam footage from former Wolf City officer. It's another pew pew. Shout out
before we get to that one,
yes.
I want to update on the dude that we got with the annoying voiceover.
Yes.
So on that one, the officer did get fired after a months-long investigation. Apparently, they never could find a gun anywhere near that dude. So he just arrived, started yelling, like, "Get on the ground," and then fired
him. Damn.
Mm-hmm. And we would have probably known that if the guy wasn't talking over the entire body cam video.
And like I said, that's a hard call text is what ends up being the bitch in that, because they probably called saying this happens all the time.
They said he had just bought a gun and that he was threatening to kill him with it, basically.
Yeah. And then they had the other like safety bulletins. We got safety bulletins all the time of people saying, I'm going to kill cops and do whatever. And we took them very seriously. I think what maybe saves that officer is not showing up by himself. To a potential use of force scenario. I do admire somebody that might think, if this is a burglary in progress, right, where this guy's trying to break into a home to commit aggravated assault on these individuals, I commend any officer that's willing to put themselves in harm's way to prevent that level of violence. I totally get that. But, you know, when you're fucking Nighthawk, Jesus. I can't. Y'all kill me on these. But you're going to be held liable for that. So I don't know that I want to show up by myself. on a call where I might get into a shooting with a guy. He did stage kind of, and obviously this is a pretty long distance where he got engaged in this shooting. This is where a rifle makes a lot of sense because my standoff distance can be a lot farther, and I'm probably more willing to give this guy a little bit more leeway with furtive movements and stuff like that because he's got to really crank, a John Wick round off at me if I'm holding a rifle rested and he's having to come from concealment, draw, and fire at me. I kind of get both sides of that, but that's shitty call text. Hey, how about don't have your kid, because this was a child at one point, right? Become a total shitbag and you not raise him right, and then he becomes a total shitbag, and then you date said shitbag, and his behavior escalates to the point where he's buying guns and threatening to kill you. There's a lot of other people around him that should be held, I'm not saying held liable, but could be held liable to a certain extent for not raising him. And then the police are left holding the bag, because that's just the fucking way of the world. Hashtag I'm not salty. Thank you for the update, though. I'm glad. It sucks that happened to that guy, but it makes a little bit more sense now.
Yeah, he faces potentially 3, 6, or 11 years in state prison if convicted.
Oof.
So, yeah.
That sucks. Over some bullshit. Let's be honest. Like, this is some family drama that escalated to the cops coming and having to shoot this guy because they called saying that he's got a gun and wants to kill people. Like, fucking.
Well, they said he gave vague threats, making vague threats and had bought a gun.
Yeah.
I don't know what vague threats means.
Yeah.
Cool.
So.
Yeah.
Shout out to that officer. That really does suck. Normally, I'm going to give an L to something like that. That's a hard situation. Because is he going to let himself be potentially drawn upon? And then where did that happen?
Modesto.
Is that California?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's fucked.
City of Modesto. Yeah.
Fucked. That sucks. Shout out to this fucking musty ass body cam. Oh my god.
They're gunning him out.
Oh, we've done this one. We've done this one, I think. Or at least I've seen this before.
You going to good?
Yeah.
Huh?
Back up.
You doing good?
Yeah, stand right there. Do you understand me?
What's going on?
Stand right there.
You doing good?
Yeah, you're going to stand right there, okay? Do you understand me?
He tried to shake his hand.
Stand right there.
I hope you have a good night tonight. I'm sorry about the broken glass right here.
You did this?
I didn't do this, but
okay.
he tried to like wrap me up and shit.
Okay, well go ahead and turn around for right now, okay?
I'm not turning.
No, you're not. You're going to turn around. Is this a guy?
I can't be detained right now.
You're going to be detained.
I can't be detained right
You're
now.
going to be detained.
So this guy's really hammered. What's shitty about the situation, because I did get some backstory, this guy's apparently like super pro police, actually. Like, in his personal life. I got a lot of backstory on this one.
You're going to be detained. Hey, quit it. You're going to be detained. You're going to be detained.
You shouldn't be detaining people at taser point by yourself. That's my 2 cents, but...
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back now. You're going to get tased. Do you understand me? Put your hands behind your back. Get back. Get back. Get on the ground! Now! Get on the ground! 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 Get on the ground!
He has handcuffs, a taser, and a gun in his hand.
Dude.
Get on the ground! Get back! Get back! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Turn around! Turn around! Turn around! Put your hands on your back!
So this guy was breaking up a fight prior to this officer making a scene, and he's the one that gets shot and killed.
Back! Now!
My only issue with this, I have a couple issues, but...
I have a couple issues.
So he hasn't notified anybody of anything that's going on as far as additional units or anything like that. If you believe that you're coming into a fight call or something like that, probably shouldn't go by yourself. I get it. Wolf City is probably some podunk town, but still, in general, if you're going to avoid it, let's not just arrive, right, and try to handle stuff by yourself. Also, like, you're one person against, like, 10 here, right? Because you have a bunch of non-police actors. The frustrating part with this is that you have multiple people like, hey, he's cool. Like, he's cool. And he was being cool. He went up to go shake his hand. Clearly, this guy was hammered as fuck, right? Super, super drunk. However, being drunk is not a death sentence. And even though he was standing close to you, nothing about what he was doing I would consider a pre-attack cue. Getting close to is kind of weird, and putting his hand out is kind of weird, but it's clearly a handshake, and he's just talking to him. He even verbally admitted it. Well, this guy kind of wrapped me up. I was in a fight, and this glass happened. But nobody, you can't ask, like, okay, this guy's clearly inebriated, right? Let's ask somebody before I start going. And he asked, is this your fault? Which is this broken glass your fault? Sure. Yeah, it's my fault. Was he saving a baby from inside a car? And that's why he broke the glass? Maybe he was preventing.
Well, he also said, I didn't do this.
Exactly. So
it happened, basically.
Well, and you also noticed that you had multiple people trying to separate, because they knew that he was drunk, him from the officer, right? And I kind of get that you're trying to keep him from, like, fleeing in the off chance that there's a crime that happened, but you're going to do it by yourself? And clearly, everyone there was pro-police because they weren't automatically pissed off that he showed up, right? But the second he started using force on this guy, everyone turned on him. It's probably because they were like, bro, he was cool, or he's not the problem. It takes 2 seconds. It takes 2 seconds to stop and decide, what do I have? Like, rookie, what do you got? You know what I mean? Like, what crime is afoot? And how much level of force am I willing to use? Because let's say this guy walks away, right? And he was totally an asshole, threw a rock through this window, and it's criminal mischief at best, let's be honest. But nobody else is saying, like, hey, he robbed somebody or he whatever. And I guarantee you, if he robbed somebody, all 10 of these guys would be piled on this dude by the time he showed up, right? Let's say he walks away. You get another unit. You go detain him down the street. No shooting, no tasing, no nothing, right? Let's say you get another unit. He decides to fight that officer, so on and so forth. Maybe it ends the same way. You're not taser shooting, whatever. It's just a very, like, there was no investigation that took place, and then you're going as far as using deadly force in that instance. And my frustration with this is, let's say he used his hands instead of a taser, which you probably should have done. He wouldn't have had the bullshit excuse of, well, he was reaching for my taser, so I shot him. And the only reason I call it a bullshit excuse is because he didn't necessarily have... I don't automatically know what his detention's for, right? And this guy was just walking as opposed to fighting him. So he's having someone that's... passively resisting. They're just not cooperating with what you're doing. They're moving away. In the same situation that what happened before, you created the circumstances that caused an escalation, that caused so on and so forth. This officer was not charged with anything. Shout out to Wolf City or whatever. But this is a good way of how to not de-escalate situations. And this is a very, very, very cruel class on how not to fucking perform an investigation. And that's really where my frustration comes from this. I understand the discussion around, I'm not going to sit there and super hang this guy. Clearly, he probably shouldn't have reached for the taser. He shouldn't have walked away. He should have just complied. He shouldn't have been drunk in public. There's a lot of things I could levy criticisms on the guy that ended up getting shot. My frustration with this law enforcement officer is like easy steps, super easy steps that probably avoid 90% of this issue. This would have been charges where I was a police officer, because it would have been a violation of policy for me to arrive on scene like that to a non-emergency call by myself. That's already a violation of general orders, which I kind of understand if I went, because I think there's something exigent going on. But then again, there's the taser deployment and all that kind of stuff. I have issues with it. My other second problem with this is
Well, I was going to say, I have a lot of problems with the way he approached in general. Like, I understand once you kind of are there and he started, because again, this happened within 2 minutes. Like we're 2 minutes in, he's already shot the guy a ton of times after tasing him, after like having his hand, like it was a mess. The dude was friendly. He was drunk. He was very intoxicated. Everybody was very chill. Like there's no reason the guy was not walking away from you until you told him turn around and put and whatever. It's like there is no reason at that point that you need to be putting him in handcuffs yet. You don't know at that point you don't know that he's the guy that did anything yet. Like right now you have a very drunk person who's giving you some answers and a bunch of people standing around who are giving you nothing because you haven't asked him anything. And so to me, he goes from I just arrived at the scene and there's broken glass to like super amped up and yelling and saying, get on the ground and all this stuff within a minute. You like without any external factors that would make me think you need to be mentally in that space and aggravating the situation when you know you have an intoxicated person. Like to me, it's one of those things where everybody always says like officers should have a higher level of they have a higher level of training and therefore they have more responsibility, these kinds of things. You are walking into a situation where you know someone's intoxicated.
Sure.
Whether you knew it before or when you started talking to him, you knew he was intoxicated. So you already know he's not going to be making great decisions.
Sure.
So try to keep him where he's at. If he's being friendly, if he's being chill, if he's answering your questions, if he's whatever. And like you said, at that point, radio in, get another unit, maybe try to keep him there, keep him talking, keep him whatever. This could have been maybe a 20-minute call.
Sure.
And maybe he still ends up in handcuffs, but then you have a second unit and you can tell him, hey man, just for your safety, my safety, whatever. He might be drunk, but he probably still understands that just fine. Be like, oh yeah, dude, I'm good. I'm whatever. I'll sit him on a curb. Like it's one of those things where I don't know that you need to escalate to that level so quick for what I don't see to be any reason.
And I'll say this. The Chicago call, where the guy's like straight throwing haymakers at both of these officers, right?
Yep.
Way more actively resistant, a way less friendly crowd, right? Clearly this guy had no problem with having like fucking 15 dudes behind him while he decided to go hands-on with a guy. Gets in the shooting and then automatically turns lethal force towards like people that are like,
yeah, the crowd.
Understandably,
he starts
like,
pointing his gun. When he flagged the entire crowd, I'm like, what the hell are you doing, dude?
And again, I understand him wanting to create some level of safety. And let's say all these guys got the pitchforks out. We're trying to go, sure, you can articulate deadly force in the situation. But again, you created the circumstances that led to that. And this is really where
it's pretty clear this got out of control for him. And at that point, he was trying to just reestablish his authority in any way he could. And that is a very dangerous place to be, because at that point, everybody's perceiving you as having no authority.
Well, and kind of what I'm getting at is...
And not knowing what you're doing.
Well, and the reason why I bring it up, and this is the reason why I bring up that other call, that Detroit call, and these both of them got punched in the face, closed-fisted. This guy went full 10 out of 10. Probably equally as drunk, was way bigger. This guy was humongous.
Mm-hmm.
And they managed to detain this guy with a super unfriendly crowd. Like a very clearly unfriendly crowd, right? It can be done. Now, mind you, they had the benefit of 2 officers. Win number 1, right? And I've been in these situations. If there's anybody in the chat that's a law enforcement officer, you've been in these situations. The first couple times you did it, probably you did some stupid shit or whatever. But like... I don't know, man. They're just... It cost somebody their life. And that's really where this becomes important, is like... That's why we nitpick these things. It's like you cannot afford to be wrong in this job. And that's really... I'm glad there was a shout out to Christian Halsey. Thank you for sharing the video. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. But yeah, I have real issues with the way that ended up working out. The backstory on the back end of that stuff is that there was apparently a fight that had occurred prior to that officer making scene. This guy had helped break it up. And then obviously when the officer showed up, this is how this stuff went down. But that guy was apparently like super like back the thin blue line, and he ends up getting smoked by a cop. So no charges, no nothing. And I agree that maybe the precedence of someone reaching for your taser isn't a deadly threat would be a dangerous one. He did reach for the taser, but like there has to be some level of culpability on that officer because he escalated the situation. He created the circumstances that, in the same way, if I step in front of a car and try to detain a car with my body and I shoot the guy, like, what am I doing? The guy tries to run me over. That's totally different. I really have no issue with an officer shooting at a moving vehicle if he thinks it's going to hit him or he thinks it's going to hit somebody else or whatever. I have no issue with that. I am team he consented. You guys know this about me and whatever, but like when you create the circumstances to create, I mean, it's murder. I have issue with that. And I've navigated much more difficult situations with much less cooperative
This one
people.
seemed like an easy slam dunk. This was like
it was a winnable scenario that he very much failed, and it cost somebody their life. We have to think about that. I don't know that he goes to prison for it. I don't know that he whatever, but like, this shouldn't be like a.
Like, I've handled more belligerent people that were intoxicated without having to.
No gun.
And that was just at parties
no
I was
badge,
at. Yeah, no gun, no training, no nothing. They're not that hard to de-escalate. They're like toddlers. You do something shiny at them. Sometimes they are. Depends the intoxication level and all that stuff. But like, this guy seemed fine.
Yeah.
I don't
know. What's your hurry, son? Shout out to who? What? I don't know what this is, but Paul V TV or Voo TV. We'll see what this is.
Let me see your driver's license, proof of insurance.
This feels very fake to me, only because of the way this is being recorded. But we'll see.
Registration. Move slow.
He's also wearing Nikes.
Slow. You're speeding. You're going 60 in a 25.
This palm trees also say
Step out
LA,
of the car.
so
Put your hands out the window. Step out of the car.
What did I do wrong, officer?
Step back here to me. Turn around.
Nobody wears a suit that disheveled. That's a faux pas. No, okay, this is super fake.
No,
what the
that's so
fuck
fake.
is this? Ugh. Though Pennsylvania v. Mims does dictate that you can absolutely remove someone from a vehicle.
Can't grope them.
It's also not the way they teach frisks at all. Why am I patting his shoulders if I'm looking for a weapon? Like I wouldn't. I'm just telling you right now. Like
Got one of those like little push knives that you just pull out from here. No.
What's here? What do you got here?
That is now a search.
That's a search.
This is now a violation of his constitutional rights.
What is this?
Hey, throw all this out.
That's my job application. I'm trying to get some money because.
Oh, is this like a Darman nonsense thing?
This is Darman. Who shared this?
Oh, it's gonna try to
Who
listen.
shared
It's gonna
this?
try to teach us a lesson. I don't want to learn a lesson.
This is very fake.
I want to keep being terrible.
Dude, 2 million likes. Oh God.
Hello, sister.
I'll tell you, I'm gonna arrest your mom and your little sister too.
100%.
I was speeding because I was late.
I understand. All right. I've been there myself.
60 and a 20 is no. You're going to jail, my guy.
My mama. Going to a job interview looking like this. I don't know if you're going to get hired. Gets right down in here. When you get in that office, when you do your interview, just stay calm, take a deep breath.
Thank you, officer.
All right? You slow down, son. Nothing
Who
better.
handshakes like this? What did they hire an alien? It's weird.
Important. Good luck.
That's the close-up handshake. That's for when you need to do the super zoom in
He also has his
on just the hands.
He has his whole portable radio on his chest. He went full like mic loop. Like this is like This is the anti-mic loop. Who needs?
That's still better than Chris. We should show this to Chris so he can do that with his, so he doesn't have to keep doing this. He can just have it here.
So this is clearly fake. I have all the issues
That's so
all over
fake.
this, but shout out to I guess sharing a
Wow.
positive story about law enforcement. PC even Pamela wasn't fooled. She's like, I've watched Only Cops for months. I know a fake video.
Yeah.
Let's see one.
This is what humanizing the badge is. I don't want it.
Yep, exactly. That's the highest quality desk cam I've ever seen. Definitely not. Hey,
It was probably a GoPro, would be my guess.
Saint George, he's talking shit about Axon. You're going 60 to 25, but it's all right, Caitlin. Yeah, you'd be going to jail, my dude.
Yeah.
And in Texas, weirdly enough, you cannot go to jail for two things as far as it's speeding and open container, because we like to party, I guess, here in Texas. But if you can articulate recklessness, you can take them to jail for excessive speed. But there's like whole extra bullshit you have to prove for that. Way too slow tickets. Sweeper.
It was also a school zone.
I love you guys. Let's see. The following content has been identified by the YouTube community as inappropriate for some audiences. I don't give a fuck. Shout out to police activity.
Everybody in chat's 18, right?
Yeah. Whoa. Hey, easy. Whoa. Trying to... we just went over this. Let's stop trying to solicit here.
That's why I'm confirming.
Wow.
We know Russ Ness is 16. That's why he's not here anymore. We had to kick him out.
That's true. We had to kick him out. Shortly before 2:30 a.m., when all the fun stuff happens, September 17th, this was recent. Police officers within Montreal County, I don't know how to
Montreal?
say it. Andrel. Arundel.
I can't read it, so I don't even know what you're looking
Arundel.
at.
I'm going to say any Arundel County. That sounds correct.
Cool.
Responded to a residence following a 911 call of a domestic disturbance. You got to go to those.
I am the opposite of sus, Nighthawk. Show me ID. I won't even speak to you.
Some shots struck the unoccupied police vehicle. Oh, shit. Oh, this got sketchy. So they're responding to a domestic.
Oh.
Cars on the line, staying in black, possibly Honda sedan, going southbound, area Flanders, 343.
That's gunfire.
Shots left.
Oh, look at that. Bruh. That's so sketchy in the woods, too.
It's back.
Here's where a patrol rifle makes sense. It's actually, weirdly enough, where a shotgun actually makes more sense. Because brush, you'd be amazed at how little brush is required to deflect a round that's not very heavy.
Up here.
Google it. Have an earpiece. You know what's stealthy? Good way to get shot, fucking idiots. I get so mad about this shit.
Gotta move toward it.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere near this fucking bullet magnet, dude. I do like that.
What's he doing? He's just locking it?
Yeah.
Or
I do. Well, I think he's trying to make sure that he's not giving up his car as a fucking getaway vehicle, which I'm actually team that. I do like that he says we have to move toward it. And that's their mindset that they need to go secure this individual that's clearly shooting at people.
Oh, is he taking his car to it?
I don't know about that.
Nice.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Unless it's a long walk. In that case, fuck it. Nothing's worse than
maybe there's like a roadway to it. I wonder if it's like a ranch.
I tell you what, I'd have killed all those lights if I could have. I don't know that you'd be able to see in the woods like that because there's no like street lights or whatever, but that is a walking bullet magnet if you're realizing that you're walking into a potential shooting.
Take this way.
So it's further down. Okay. I'm team man.
That makes sense. Yeah, that's what I was thinking is I was wondering if there was like a roadway that led to wherever they're actually supposed to be going. And they're just in the middle of nowhere.
And Ness is defending his age.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be out that bitch.
There's the house.
I am team get away from my car.
Are you okay? What? Stay in your house and lock the door. Someone has a weapon. You need to stay in the house and lock the door.
Back to the car.
It came from this direction.
So, free advice. Free advice. I had really great senior officers. I had fucking awesome senior officers. And I worked nights. And the first thing I learned was, you know how you don't get shot in the dark? Turn your fucking flashlight off. What do they have flashlights on for? What are they looking for? Turn that shit off. Stop it. It shit drives me nuts.
Woods here. Where's... Do we get a car there? That's where our victim called from. Dog.
Shout out to these guys. These guys are like, dog. Don't shoot the dog.
This house, residents just came out because they heard shots.
What are we looking? I tell you what, go outside with a flashlight and go shine it into brush like that. You don't see shit. It's literally like downpour.
So reflective.
If you throw on your high beams during a downpour, it does nothing but reflect more light back at your eyes. So, like, again, my question is, what are we using flashlights for? Unless you have something to point it at, because you hear something, there's no reason to have your flashlight on. Look at all this light, this ambient light that's here. Fuck it, dude. You guys are waiting to die.
You're also destroying your night vision.
That's what I mean.
Like your ability to see in the dark. You're not.
Shout out to these takedowns, though. These are legit. Not ETF. Realness. You're right. Flashlights. They're silhouetting the front of the car, the headlights. Yeah. No, I'm with you. But it's not easy to shoot from the darkness. It's not, but I'd rather be in the darkness looking at the light than the other way around. Also, why earpieces make sense so that you're not keying up and hearing a bunch of radio. Like, manhunting is a different thing altogether. Okay, like because the deer run, hogs for the most part run. People don't. Sometimes, and if I'm out in the woods with the grandpappy and Vietnam vets, like I'm probably trying to treat this like a Predator movie and not the other way around. I say this from a safety standpoint because I give a shit and I don't want to see these guys get hurt. For those of you that are watching, keep this in the back of your mind. Next time you have to go poking around the woods, looking for somebody. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we pointing a flashlight at? This is how you lose weapon mounted light rights.
Don't like this one.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, my dude. Yeah, let's get away from the cars. I had 3 parks, big parks, in my jurisdiction.
It's on my car.
And you got real good at hiding. People got really good at hiding. We had to use thermal binoculars to find people. We also had thermal on our drones. And on helicopters to go see people.
Those shots?
What are we pointing flashlights at? Thank you.
Me. Listen, I'm less likely to light ourselves up.
He's thinking now.
5, 6 shots back in this direction.
Does he have a cell phone with him?
Ping it.
We haven't made contact with anyone at the house.
Is this the house?
No, this is... We believe it's down here on the left.
We'll make contact.
The house is all the way down the driveway.
We were riding, we were using the car as a barricade getting through this narrow part.
Did you see that asshole pull his radio off his belt? What a fucking dick. Shout out to the mic loop.
I like this guy over here on the left, just basically shining the light at whatever. He's just having fun.
Hey, man.
It's just like, well, I have a flashlight. I never get to use it. I bought it with the extra lumens.
With the extra lumens. This is dangerous. The reason it's giving me heartburn is...
Anthony Hopkins is his name?
Yes.
Especially this person here. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Heavy set black male?
He dies first in the horror movie.
Clearly. Partner Gaming, what's going on?
You can go down that way. Start going.
So shield doesn't save you from getting shot in the back? Especially when you're being backlit?
Does it ready or not?
It doesn't ready or not, you're right.
Use my vehicle first and see if you can...
It's only because it's all friendly fire.
Cover down there.
and see if we can just like hold a perimeter down there, see if anybody's coming on the road or anything if he tries to pop out down that way.
And Arundel Police.
And Arundel. What did I miss? You missed a lot, partner gaming.
Heard the noise.
You missed a lot.
And came out to see what it was. They said they're okay. I told them to lock the door, stay inside. House in the back had no contact with them.
Let's make contact.
And then our 17 house is back here, I believe, but we haven't gotten out of the driveway far enough.
Shit or get off the pot, my dude.
So, what's the next driveway that way?
Shot came from this direction.
What the fuck?
Hey, Devers.
You don't know
Shot
that.
came from that direction.
You don't know that.
I just saw it on the top of my car.
What are we shining a flashlight at? Why is it on?
The logo, the police logo on the car.
It's turned into a horror movie.
Mm-hmm. Turned into a fish in a barrel situation.
No earpieces. Doo-doo-doo. Every time I hear it. Stresses me out. Every time. Oh, by the way, they're here in case you forgot.
We shot!
Hey, get the shield over here.
Hey, contact here.
Drop the weapon! Drop the weapon or we shot! Drop it now! Drop that.
He doesn't want to shoot y'all because if he did, he would have done it by now. Because he could see y'all from 3 football fields away.
Weapon right now! Drop the weapon! Drop the weapon!
Okay, once gunfire starts, we're done saying drop the weapon. We're shooting this guy till he stops moving, okay?
Drop the weapon! Drop the weapon now! Drop the weapon! Stay on the ground!
Well, the problem is they can't see if they hit anything because they destroyed all their night vision by shining bright lights the whole time.
Shield here.
Their eyes haven't adjusted.
Hold.
Hey,
Do
shout out.
not move! Do not move!
One person gives instructions.
Hands upon your back of your head. Hands on the back of your head.
Show your head! I got the weapon. I got the weapon.
Hey, someone come on my left.
Yeah, it's probably not good to say hands behind your head and also show your hands because then you don't know which one you're supposed to do.
Hey,
and you're going to get more shot.
Shout out to these officers for not shooting each other. That's a win.
Yeah.
Also, this.
Well, they know exactly where each other are because they're all very brightly lit. Thank goodness for that.
I am thankful that this person didn't actually want to hurt officers, or he would have. It would have been very easy. And now that they've found the car, I guess, and caught the car, they're not doing a terrible job of making sure that they're not doing crossfire situation and fucking flagging the shit out of each other. Shout out for them for that.
Hey, Dean. You go holster. There you go,
I got
hands.
the weapon. Left hand clear?
Yeah, hands are above
His hands.
Put your hands on the back of your head.
Left hand's empty. Left hand's empty.
All right, go ahead, hands.
I would want hands in a handcuffing position.
Hands.
Behind their back. Did he get shot?
You got Dean, okay?
Anybody got next?
Yep.
He did get shot.
Start cutting them off. Find the shots.
Fire going.
Keep going. Who's got, when you cut these?
Fire staged like a mile away. Fire's like, nah, deuces. We saw how well lit the shooting range was over there, the shooting gallery of police officers, and we were like, I'm going to stage back there.
I bet you their lights were turned off.
Cut them off.
I like the tactical fanny, though.
Shout out to this guy having medical equipment. Shout out to, weirdly enough, this is going to be weird. Shout out to the suspect for not trying to kill officers. Game respects game. He shot at a patrol car that probably needed to be downed for service anyways. He's doing it all them all the favor. Now, he's probably be a total piece of shit, causing some domestic disturbance or whatever, but shout out to them for trying to save this guy's life. Shout out for gloves!
All right.
I'm here for gloves.
Extremities.
Who shot?
Hey.
Okay, who shot a gun?
Who shot a gun? All of them should have. Could have been a T-Rex out there.
Was heading south at fire set.
Is this the person that sees him?
Yeah. What are we pointing a flashlight at? Point it at. I don't understand. Bro. I don't get it.
Yeah. I didn't see a vehicle now.
I do like that he's getting towards the brush because he's less getting backlit, so he's figuring it out. But
Yeah, I
What's
think.
he wearing?
Back up a little bit.
Yeah, she.
Stop traffic. We'll come off this
There's
way.
a guy right there.
There is?
Yeah. Hey!
County police!
Come out!
he was there that whole time.
Dude.
Hands! Put your hands up!
Drop it!
Drop it! Drop it! Put it down!
He dies right there. I'm not gonna lie. Drop it? No? Okay. Consent.
Drop it! Drop
Not the
it!
dog.
Bro, that dog was the real deal. A dog will die for you.
Oh, damn.
He truly did not want to kill law enforcement because if he wanted to, he could have. Shout out to these guys for doing their best to try to save this guy's life, but you got to know what you have. You got to respect that threat. Until that person is laying on the ground with their hands up or dead, I'm probably not shooting and continuing to reload. That's just free advice to anyone that's out there.
Stay down! Stay down! Stay down! It's down!
Shout out to her for being in the fight in this, though.
Yeah.
Hey,
You did a great job.
she saw him. Fucking incredible.
The only one out of everybody here.
This guy could have snuck up and fucking Tom Clancy'd their ass. Shout out to this chick for seeing him at least.
Do not stay on the ground!
You know what? Hold on.
Drop it!
That's extremity.
Does not have her flashlight on
There's that black vehicle.
until she believes she sees something and then addresses it. Shout out to her, whoever this is. Shout out to you. Jesus Christ. All right, sorry, I had like a brain aneurysm on stream. I don't even use a flashlight on my land. If I hear something, I carry it off until I spot an animal or human. See, Pamela bro, Pamela. When I need to go people hunting, I'm gonna take Pamela with me because she gets it. There's no reason to use it. It doesn't help you, to be honest. A flashlight does not help you until you know exactly what you need to be looking at, and it's even close enough for you to see. Especially in brush, like it doesn't do you any good except for completely give away where you're at. So stupid. Shout out to Pamela for being a straight up gangsta and knowing how to do stuff in the woods. I had to learn that. I wasn't taught that in academy. I wasn't taught that in field training. I learned that having to go and find people and having to go poke around for armed suspects in the dark. And I had senior officers that would look at me and say, if you turn that flashlight on one more fucking time, I'm going to beat you with it. And I looked at him like, well, how am I supposed to see? Like a dumb noob that I was. And he's like, well, leave your flashlight off for a couple minutes and you'll see. And sure enough, you fucking night vision, your pupils start to open up and you start collecting more. Man, especially on a full moon. Why would I use a flashlight, dude? Like, there's no reason. Because the nice thing about a full moon is it kind of backlights everything. Like, or it like gives like a nice little spill of light. And so you move very quietly and very sneakily. And you want to see them before they see you. And then right when you're ready and you're in a good advantageous position, then you turn on the flashlight. And, hey, this is law enforcement. Put your hands up, motherfucker, or die.
I blame Hollywood because every single manhunt scene that you ever see, it's them with the dogs and the flashlights and whatever, because otherwise the camera can't see a damn thing. But it's really stupid to actually do it in real life.
Night sights are important for this very reason. Every patrol gun that I had some form of night sights or optic for that reason, because I don't want to have to utilize a flashlight to see my sights. I should be able to see it in the dark. Shout out. Either way, we're crap shooters. And the guy was a modern bullet sponge. That's very true. Sweeper gets it. I'm glad.
I feel like they just missed a lot.
I'm glad. Go look up River Legacy Park if you guys are interested, and Stone Canyon Park. Bill and I had to poke around that place way too much. And every single time, we'd black out the Tahoe, I'd pull out the rifle, and I'm like, all right, well, it's rabbit season today, and we'd have to go out and be sneaky. But it was never pleasant. Well, the second they ran into the woods, we were like, fuck. Like, it's going to be one of these. And it's very much cat and mouse. In an urban environment, it's not as bad because there's a lot more ambient light in most urban environments. Especially like apartment complexes. They have some of these apartment complexes that are better lit than fucking Hollywood studios. They're incredible. Like how much light they put out. But that being said, like I said, flashlights do nothing but bring attention to you until you know that you need to be looking at something, and then use it offensively to try to blind that person if you can, and then obviously notify the truth. But always say police, because you could just be some random dude in the woods trying to carjack them or try to kill them. Victim's daughter puts in a pizza order with 911. Oh, this is totally a skit in like a bunch of different places.
Oregon 911.
I would like to order a pizza at...
You called 911 to order a pizza?
Yeah, apartment.
This is the wrong number to call for a pizza.
No, you're not.
I'm getting you now.
In his 14 years of service, this is a call Oregon dispatcher Tim Tennick has never gotten before.
You see it on Facebook, but it's not something that anybody has ever been trained for. We're just trained to listen.
He says domestic violence calls are common, but not like this.
Is the other guy still there?
Yeah. I need a large pizza.
All right. How about medical? You need medical?
I need a large pizza.
With pepperoni.
After this exchange, Tennick alerted officers to hurry.
Turn your sirens off before you get there. Caller ordered a pizza and agreed with everything I said that there's domestic violence going on.
You got dispatch giving tactical information of, hey, kill your sirens before you get there. And my God, that's a high-speed, low-drag phone operator right there, my dude.
Tennick says his intuition that something wasn't right kicked in, which to him reaffirms how important listening is in his line of work.
Thank you. How can I help you? Other dispatchers that I've talked to would not have
I like a standing setup.
They wouldn't have picked up on this.
Excellent dispatch work on the part of our dispatcher. Some dispatchers may have hung up.
Oregon Police Chief Michael Navarre told me that ordering a pizza to indicate domestic violence is something he's never heard of.
Not in all my years, not in my 42 years of law enforcement.
But coming up with some kind of code to alert
42 years I've not had a decent dispatcher.
right thing.
Yeah, dang, how crispy was that guy? I don't know if he was like passively aggressively throwing shade at the rest of his dispatchers. Like,
the way he paused in between made me think he was going to say something else.
Who hurt you?
Yeah. And then he said, they might have just hung up. It's
If
like,
you ever find yourself in a similar situation,
Retro,
here's what
thank you.
should do.
Somehow or another, convey to that police dispatcher that you're in trouble. And this woman did that. She did that not with her words, but with the tone of her voice.
Shout out to the sit
Thanks to the quick thinking of both the caller and the
Yeah, dude.
dispatcher, the alleged abuser, Simon Lopez, was arrested and locked up.
And he handled the call beautifully.
pedestrian in a roadway. Do you see
hold
that?
on, yeah, I'm looking at these charges
You
here.
see that?
So PI, pedestrian in a roadway, and domestic violence. Check it out.
We need pedestrian in a roadway shirts.
That's got to be a thing.
The call beautifully, and it had a happy ending.
Bad guy went to jail.
Nice.
This one. Oh, this is so cringe. Shout out to California, dude. This is Film the Police LA. I don't know if they're good or not, but that's who's providing the video. At least he was honest, Caitlin. Yeah, it was a very, very discount Danny Trejo getting arrested. LASD, I guess this is the sheriff's department.
Yeah.
Tells a woman to vote for Villanueva.
Villanueva.
Yeah. While evicting somebody. Wow.
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Can we help you?
No.
Okay.
Trying to format how I'm going to say this. I don't know why he's engaging in this person if they're not like like you've already served the eviction, right? Like there's no reason to really like engage with this person. Obviously they don't I don't think they tell them that it's illegal because it's not. But
Okay, good. You just want to film?
Details?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Are you okay?
I'm great. Great. Thank you for asking.
Remember, you serve the people.
That's it. I serve the people. I'm a public servant. And remember, vote for Alex Villanueva.
Never. He's in a gang. We don't need gangs.
Oh, that's not true. That's fake news.
We've caught him.
Don't believe what you hear.
We've caught them.
the same type of sheriff's departments that were caught taking bribes to issue CHLs. I personally, truly, I don't have a problem with, because California is a beautiful state. It really, truly is. It's probably the best weather I'd ever experienced in my life. My wife and I went there for our honeymoon. But they do not govern for shit. It is the most sketchy shit show. And it's not everywhere. It's in pockets, but they're like, they have little tiny kingdoms. And Texas isn't immune to this. But like, I think when you have too big a population, Dallas has symptoms of this. Houston's got symptoms of this. Austin has symptoms of this. But like the little tiny kingdoms that exist, it's crazy just how open it is. That's what stresses me out about California.
Okay.
Shooting unarmed civilians.
Okay. Well, I disagree.
Shooting unarmed civilians is wrong.
Okay, I don't know about that either. You shouldn't believe everything you see on the news.
It is wrong.
You shouldn't shoot.
You should just shut your mouth.
Yeah.
So he should Mirandize himself right now and just shut his damn mouth.
He has Fourth Amendment rights.
He does. Yeah. You don't have to incriminate yourself, bro.
Okay.
Fun fact.
Shouldn't believe that either. All right, take care.
Wow. That's
dumb. Why? That's perfect. Yeah. That was dumb. Why would you do that?
So unless you have something constructive to say, don't go and engage. We had a lot of people, and again, this is all post 2020 stuff, but we had a lot of people that would engage us during traffic stops, and they would ask the stupidest shit. If I didn't have a reason to deal with them, I didn't talk to them because they're probably filming me because they want to bait me into some sort of conversation. Nothing what this officer did was illegal. I'm not going to go and criticize him for that. He just clearly doesn't have good people skills. But I guarantee you, everybody in LA County that was doing a traffic stop was like, oh, are you going to tell me to vote for? I guarantee you, all of them for the next month or so are going to have to put up with that bullshit. All because you couldn't just shut your fucking mouth and do your job. You were a public servant, and you truly owe it more to other officers that are also trying to do this job the right way to not be a dick than you do to just your constituency. But
yeah. Don't need to needlessly antagonize the public.
That's so stupid. There's no winning there. And let's say this was like some dumb lady that's being rude. Why are we playing into this game? Because all you're doing is feeding her delusion that you're part of a gang and out here murdering. But like, you're doing nothing but feeding into that delusion. And we dealt with this all the time. People would come in and videotape the station or videotape us in our patrol cars, or they would come up to us on traffic stops. They came up to us on 911 calls. They came up to us on SWAT callouts. They would interrupt. It happened all the time. And they fucked up because they ran into me when I was there. And I'm like the kryptonite to these types of cities. But there's a reason why none of these clips would ever emerge into being anything interesting, because all they do is look like dumbasses when I'm like, hey, have a good day. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I wouldn't even have to talk to them. They would go out of their way to try to talk to me, and I was like, you're not detained, dude. Like, goodbye. And I just walk off. It's like the least interesting video of all time. What are you running from? I had a guy, he asked me one time, he's like, what are you running from? And I was like, well, clearly you're the danger to me, which is why I'm leaving. Or whatever. And he's like, oh, are you scared? And I was like, yeah. You're right. If I was running up to you, throwing stuff at your face, are you scared of me? Yeah, you make me scared. So go. I'm trying to leave you.
So leave.
I'm trying to leave, and you're following me. And I didn't stop at any one point in time. I was continuing to go to my car. And then he chased after my car, and I just left him there. That's all he got out of that video. Maybe it's sitting on there somewhere. APD officer runs from me because he's scared. Maybe it's out there somewhere with all 5.
He would have never used it. It doesn't make good watching.
Kind of what I mean.
He would have gotten 30 views on that.
Yeah, you can disarm a lot of this stuff just by not playing into it, but also just know what you got. Don't feed into the pettiness. No.
Yeah.
Pettiness, no. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to go that far. There's plenty of times that you got to go be king petty. I am not above being petty. Just be lawful about it. to have a law enforcement. Because think about it this way. How many times have I used pedestrian in a roadway or some sort of actual criminal offense to be like, this guy who continues to antagonize his neighbors, right? Or continues to antagonize the public. It's never for me. I get paid to be there, right? I'm literally paid to deal with that, right? It never bothered me while I was on patrol to have bullshit like that happen, right? Now, in my personal life, when it happened, that upset me more than it did anything else. When I had like friends like trying to get mad at me, and then I was like, bro, I'm not even a cop in the city you live in. Like, why are you mad at me? That's a little different, but while I was at work, I was being paid to be there. That's the job I signed up to go do. So I didn't get mad or frustrated when people were assholes about it. But like when I might be the only thing standing in between somebody's like peace, if that makes any sense. Hey, sometimes I got to leverage the law, sometimes I don't. And sometimes you got to be a little petty. But be good at it and do it lawfully. Don't go over there violating people's rights.
Articulate it.
Exactly. There are these First Amendment right audit guys. Yeah, they're probably First Amendment auditors. We had a lot of First and Second Amendment auditors where I grew. We had a bunch of offshoots. I think it's Tyler constitutional carry. Before constitutional carry was a thing in Texas, they were pushing for it, and they would open carry all the time. I think open carry something or another. And most of the time it's perfectly lawful. And obviously it would freak people out. But if I don't have a crime, what am I doing? You know what I mean? I'm not going to go force an altercation if I don't need one. But we had a lot of those. But you just got to know what you have and whether or not someone's violating the law. And a complaint doesn't equal a crime is the other big thing. And this is going to protect you from, I call them the Karen 911 calls or the mind your own damn business 911 calls where like you're interjecting yourself into something that shouldn't have been a thing, but is becoming a thing because somebody calls or somebody else is being an asshole. Don't make someone else's emergency your emergency. It's the best advice I ever got. Kern County Sheriff's Office. There's another pew-pew. Where's Kern County, I wonder?
On the morning of March.
California's taking some L's.
California.
They're taking some L's today.
4th, 2022, an officer-involved shooting occurred in the 26500 block of Nugent Street in Boron, California. The following presentation is intended to help bring context to the facts surrounding this case.
This mic's kind of nice. This is police breakdown ASMR right now.
The following presentation contains a map of the location of the incident, emergency phone call audio, crisis negotiation audio, body-worn camera video, and photos of the scene. Some of the audio and video has been edited to protect the privacy of the victims involved and to avoid the release of information that state law prohibits the Sheriff's Office from releasing. The redactions and edits do not affect the depiction of events presented in the video. Some of the audio and visuals we are about to present may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. On March 3rd, 2022 at 9:19 p.m.
It's normally for Patreon only, but here you go.
Multiple 911 calls.
Thank you for your super chat.
Oh, Jesus, I'm so loud.
Hello? Hi, this is the Kern County Sheriff's Office. We received a 911 call from this number. Do you have an emergency?
Yes, my neighbor is literally shooting at my house and he just busted my window.
And what's your neighbor's name?
Mike?
Very calm about it.
We will have a deputy out there as soon as we can.
The suspect also called
Is this an emergency call?
911 to report vandalism. The following audio demonstrates the suspect's request for law enforcement presence.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
26599 Nugent Street.
Just dox the hell out of him.
There's a whole bunch of people crowding my house and everything, trying to break into my house.
What is your name?
Michael Ramos, they got a bat. They're trying to break my window.
Is that them knocking?
Yeah.
Okay, it sounds like they're knocking.
Deputies arrived at the residence, but the suspect was uncooperative. He declined to report and refused to come outside.
So you call 911. You then don't want to come outside? And you won't let police officers inside. Why call? This happens all the time. I hate it so much, but it happens all the time.
At approximately 10:30 p.m., a neighbor called dispatch to report that the suspect shot a family member's car window with a BB gun. Deputies in the area responded.
Hello, Sheriff's Office.
Hi, I called about vandalism on my property. Well, he just shot out my my brother's girlfriend window, and this is not even her car.
This photo shows the damage made to the neighbor's car. Deputies responded. Multiple deputies and 2 Kern County Sheriff's Office K-9
So this now escalated. This is why we take people to jail.
deputies attempted to negotiate for a peaceful surrender with the suspect, but he failed to comply. The following is footage from a department-issued body-worn camera of a deputy at the scene. Please note the body camera does not capture everything the deputy sees, and the deputy does not see everything the body camera captures.
I like that disclaimer.
Pretty good.
That actually should be standard.
100%.
Also in news
Yeah.
articles.
Oh yeah, dude.
Also in news articles.
Oh yeah, dude. This happened at a trailer park.
Bro, this is sketchy.
Put a 1 in the chat if you're totally not surprised. Here it is. There.
Michael Ramos, it's the sheriff's office. You have a warrant for your arrest. Step out of your residence unarmed.
Shout out for that speaker.
Waylon, I bet you that's exactly what they have. I swear they have like a thing. So anyways, this is called the PA system or public announcement system. You'll have like a big ass speaker on your car. This is called announcing or what is it?
Identifying yourself?
Yeah, exactly. Notifying this person, I am law enforcement. I am here for you. I'm asking you to do this the easy way. And now you get to do the whole, Mandalorian, you can come in warm or you can come in cold kind of thing. And again, you've announced, you're clearly identified as you're giving them all the opportunities in the world to do this. So shout out to them.
You told them to vote for Villanueva. You did the whole thing.
Jeez. Shout out to all the ones. I love you guys.
Near the bow.
Oh.
Michael! Put the bow down! You're not...
This is probably a mental health crisis, but you can't... He's already committed some level of violence to the people around him. It's criminal mischief at best, but I think it's the threat of violence. They came, couldn't do anything about it, left, and then had to come back out because of some escalation of violence. I do believe that you have a responsibility to the public to try to do something about this situation. You don't want to leave and somebody gets killed.
Not putting your bow away? Why? He pulled up in that curtain and he had a bow and arrow pointed at me.
Here's where CS gas makes a lot of sense, and OC gas and the like. Surround and call out. I tell you what, SWAT wouldn't come for this. And my police department. It's not a felony. So this is a patrol problem, as we like to call it. I am team rifle here because your standoff distance can be a little further away. I'm also team evacuating the trailer park, or at least a portion of the trailer park that has now become my backstop. That's probably the best case scenario in this type. If you're a supervisor watching this and need any free advice, once I have this situation detained, you can take other officers to kind of start to clear this thing out. So you're not worried about secondaries and stuff like that. But I don't have any issue with what they're doing. They're using light to blind him. He's inside looking out. This is going to make him very hard. It's going to make it hard for him to see where officers are standing and what they're doing. Obviously, pretty predictable that they're standing in the A-frame of their car, but it's a safe place to be. This would protect you from most bow and arrows.
You're gonna make
So this is where the Roman Testudo formation would really make a lot of sense.
100%.
Shield wall,
Stop
and then
lighting
up
the house
here,
on fire.
and you approach.
He's lighting his curtain on fire. He's still got a bow in his left hand. Michael, come to the window without the bow.
He's burning himself out. Shout out. Smoking himself out. Easy. Saving taxpayer money.
Oh, and talk to me.
It's also arson as a felony in progress now. Maybe SWAT comes out now.
Come out the east door unarmed. You want to work something out? Let's work something out. But you have to do it without a phone.
He's on drugs or drinks or just crazy. Let's put it to a vote.
Yeah.
We'll do a vote.
Poll.
What? I got it. Hold on. What is he on? Question mark. We got drugs. It's ETOH, because I'm a cop. ETOH, which is the specific scientific designation for the alcohol that gets you drunk. And then we will do just cray cray. Cray. Shout out. Oh, I don't have to add an option. Damn it. How do I get rid of this?
What'd you do?
What? There we go. Posted. Retro said all three. We'll watch it. You guys have 7 minutes to figure it out.
And completely unarmed.
Oh, kill the dog.
Oh, now he's getting shot.
Attempts to peacefully apprehend the suspect lasted approximately 3 hours until SWAT team and crisis negotiations.
Hey, SWAT came out. Shout out to them.
The suspect, Michael Ramos Jr., had an active felony warrant for multiple charges from a previous incident, including...
Oh, so he does have felony warrants.
Okay, well, there you go.
Out. So, yeah, they're not going anywhere. Fuck that. Yeah, they're staying here. And this makes sense now why SWAT came out. Minus the felony warrant, they're probably not coming out for that. Brandishing a weapon and resisting a peace officer. Yeah,
vandalism, a brandishing a weapon charge, and resisting a peace officer.
Just Cray Cray's 67% with 12 votes.
Hello, Michael. I need you to just step outside with nothing in your hands, and you just chill on the front porch for now.
But I'm not giving myself up.
Michael.
Bro, this negotiator's the worst.
You're under arrest.
How to stop?
Michael, you are under arrest, and you need to follow my orders and step outside.
I'm gonna shoot my belt. My ball's right about now. Come on!
Do you really want to do that?
I don't care. They kill me.
That's not what they want to do.
They kill me.
I don't want that to happen.
They kill me.
Michael, I'm on the phone with you right now to make sure that you are safe. I don't want this to go
He's doing
the way
better.
that you're
I was
trying to
talking
make
shit.
it go.
He's doing better.
Shoot me.
That's consent.
Only way
I dare you guys to.
The only way I can guarantee your safety, Michael, is if you listen to my orders. I've already told you you are under arrest, and I need you to come out with your hands up. Do you hear them? I can hear them over the.
Well, you want me to cut my line? Here, I got my line. I'm going to cut it. It's open. It's on. It's on. We're going to blow up.
What happened, Michael? What do you got? Do you got a crossbow or a bow and arrow? What's going on?
Doesn't matter.
How many arrows do you have?
Smart
I
question.
got a lot.
What's going on?
I got a gun pointed at you guys now.
You have a gun pointed at us now. Okay, what type of gun do you
Now.
have?
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
You better start firing those real bullets.
You say start firing?
Yeah. Start
Consent.
firing those real bullets.
We don't want to do that.
Shoot.
Look, man, I want this to end peacefully, Michael. And you just keep saying these negative things. Does not help it.
Partner
Michael,
gaming
do you have
gets
a
it.
gun in your hand?
Yes, I do.
You need to put that down.
No.
Ness says, I don't feel under arrest. That's true. That's true.
You need to put that down, Michael. Can you please just put that gun down so we can help you?
SWAT team collaborated with a crisis negotiation team to peacefully apprehend the suspect. Negotiations made by crisis negotiation team lasted over 4 hours.
7
In
hours
total,
on scene.
Negotiations lasted over
Damn.
7 hours.
Damn.
The following footage is of department-issued body-worn camera of a deputy on the scene. Please note the body camera does not capture everything the deputy sees, and
Bro.
the deputy does not see
Shout out
everything the body
to
camera captures.
Kern County, dude.
He's got something in his right hand.
Look, man, is that a gun in your hand? Drop whatever the fuck you got. Thank you. Thank you. You also have a knife in your hand. I'm standing right here looking at it.
I ran out of drugs to shoot me. Pamela.
So don't be
Wow.
right now, you're not
Pamela's ruthless, dude.
that can make sure that this ends well.
Beanbag round. Beanbag round. Beanbag round.
Yeah,
Beanbag round.
Oh, hell yeah, machete.
all you have to do
Pepper
is
balls.
walk over here
Something.
and give up. And we're done. Don't pick up that gun. That's a real bad idea.
I want you to be safe. Do not pick up that gun. Been here a few times. Yes. Yes. I know for a fact they are. Yes. Do you see those green dots on your chest? Yeah. That means you're going to get shot if you pick that thing up. You think you guys going to kill me? Yeah. All you got to do is come out here, bud. No,
not with a machete, dude. What are you thinking?
You put the dog right the fuck back in the car. This is a
Better be grabbing up to put him back.
I will say this. I'm a smidge disappointed that we're not hitting this guy with beanbag rounds or something. He's clearly way out in the open. He's talking himself into grabbing said gun. Not an incident commander. I don't know what resources they have and whether or not that the hostage negotiator or crisis negotiator person believes that that might escalate it unnecessarily. But all I'm saying is this ain't the answer. Oh, I gotta play. No! Don't reach for it, Michael! No! Michael! I smoked him right there. No, Michael! Put your hands in the air! Kill me! That's consent. No! That's consent. Michael, you know they are. You know for a fact they are. They're absolutely live bullets. No! Don't do that! Hey! Why'd you pick up the gun? Put that fucker down. Michael, put the gun down.
He's got it in his right hand.
Michael, lower the goddamn gun. Michael! Let's put the dog up, yeah? Put the gun down. Yeah. They had probably had a supervisor tell them to stage the dog in case they needed it. I hate that though, because I wouldn't even. This is not a dog situation. They are. No. I'm not canine, but where's Michael when you need him? Do not pick that gun up.
Well, he's over there picking up the gun.
Michael, don't.
The suspect, identified as Michael Ramos Jr., age 41, was pronounced
You
deceased
don't
at the
say.
scene. Here's a closer look at the gun found near the suspect.
Hell yeah, revolver.
Deputies heard shots. It sounded like a small caliber gun. It was later determined to be a CO2 powered BB gun. The BB gun had a cylinder similar to a revolver. The cartridges used for the BBs have similar appearance to bullets. Here's a closer look at the other BB guns found in the suspect's residence.
A slight story time. I came into a homeless encampment because these dumb girls decided to go hiking in Stone Canyon Park. I'll go dox myself. I was a cop out there. And they lost their phone, and these homeless people somehow find said phone, and we pinged it. We found it out there. So I found the homeless encampment, and they had a bunch of fake guns, and I broke them all before I left. I literally rendered them all useless because with my luck, I was going to leave. They were going to get high, get into a domestic. Police were going to get called out there, and this was going to fucking happen. So
This is the machete that the suspect brandished. The suspect had a bow and arrow that was used to shoot at SWAT members. Here you can see the arrows the suspect
Those are legit
arrows.
shot broadhead hunting arrows that are used for large game. The suspect shot 3 arrows at SWAT
You
members.
gotta mess some
One arrow
people
struck
up.
the SWAT vehicle, resulting in a cracked windshield. Another arrow struck the tire of the SWAT vehicle.
Damn.
Here you can see an arrow landed across the street in a neighbor's
Look at that
face.
freaking head on that
Homicide
thing.
detectives responded to the
That's what she
scene
said.
to assume the investigation. Sergeant Sean Mountjoy,
You're welcome.
Sergeant Jay Heisey, Sergeant Michael Dorkin, Sergeant Christian Malero, and Senior Deputy Eric Volmer were placed on routine administrative leave pending the completion of the investigation. The Kern County Sheriff's Office Homicide Unit investigates any use of deadly force by any member of the department, examining the use of force in this incident. The use of force in this case was determined to be within policy.
Baller. This was the greatest breakdown I've ever seen from a police department. And according to the chat, just cray cray at 67%, I believe you were right. Shout out to y'all for being right for once.
This seemed very much suicide by cop.
Yeah, 100%, dude. 100%.
Like-
he didn't want to go to prison.
Not just because he started yelling, "Kill me."
Yeah. That's all I got, unless there's something else here. I'm going to go check.
Yeah, there were a bunch. I sent a bunch of them. You basically stopped like at today's, and we had linked stuff from October 2nd. So,
okay, here we go.
like, you only did the stuff from today.
Copy.
So there's a couple, including the we didn't do the Fort Worth recruiting video. That one's a great one.
Where's that?
Let me send you that. I don't know if I sent that one.
Jacob shared that one too.
Yeah,
he did.
let me put that in here. Here,
Shout
send it
out
to you
to
directly.
one of my sister agencies here.
Yeah, that one's an hour long. We don't have to watch all of it, but there were just a couple of things that I wanted to talk about on this one.
Okay, we'll end on the recruiting video then. If that makes sense.
That works. The police activity one was pretty short, and I think the other one is also pretty short.
We'll make sure.
And then there's an Instagram post in there.
Is there?
That Madison sent.
Where?
It's in between two videos because it didn't pull up the thumbnail thing.
Okay.
So it's in between female cop sprayed with water guns and the
it
other
to
thing.
me so they don't have to sit here watching me look for it.
Okay, it's the same thing.
So body cam footage of a deputy getting another pew. Bro, California, man, is out here. California's a gang, like that one lady said.
Commander, how are you? Listen, I always help you guys. You always help me when I get broken into. I got a customer pulled into my shop.
Oh, that's right. This freaking people answering the phone were trash.
I need brakes done in my car right away. I got a murder warrant on me, and I got to get out of here. The cops are chasing me. Came flying into the back of my building.
Is he still there?
So, yes, he is. Black Mazda 2000.
It's the watch commander. It's not even dispatch.
Mm-hmm.
About 6'2", probably about 110 pounds.
Oh, don't worry. He doesn't deal with it. He passes it on to somebody else.
You guys are always good to me, so.
And then they pass it on to somebody else.
Yeah, if you come around the back of.
Okay. Do me a favor, sir. I'm going to have the call put in, but I want our dispatchers to stay on the line with you.
Absolutely.
So that way you can guide them in, all right? So hold on.
Yeah.
Temple Sheriff Station, Deputy Van Dyne, how can I help you?
That's Ma.
Hey, sir.
Hey, I'm going to transfer over a guy to you. Can you put in like a 925-415 business call at
Sure.
his load?
Sure.
This guy says he has like some dude with a warrant at his load.
Okay.
It's putting it lightly. He said a murder warrant.
Commander.
Hello, Temple Sheriff Station.
How are you? I was just talking to the watch commander.
Yes, and I'm gonna. He wants me to type in a call for you for a call for service, sir.
Okay, my address is
Why is there this extra step? What the fuck?
San Gabriel Boulevard in Rosemead.
Oh, this is stressing me out.
Okay, what's your cross street, sir?
Yeah.
Keem.
What's going on, Manifold? Cam's froze. Sorry, I moved it, so that's why we froze.
Now, if you come in from my back gates,
Juan.
Oh, I did freeze.
Doing a ventriloquist trick.
I got a murder warrant on me. He's really serious.
Okay, what's your name, sir?
It should be unfrozen now.
My name is.
Yeah.
Temple Station, Deputy Van Dyne, are you having an emergency?
Well, yeah, I guess you could say that.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
What's your emergency, sir?
All right, I got a body shop.
So yeah, 50 minutes later, he had to call back because nobody had showed up yet.
For a murder warrant?
Yeah.
Bro, Rosemead, California ain't got shit going on, I guess. Like, jeez. I think you can put your, parking ticket on hold to go get this. This is wild.
Telling me fix his car right away because he's up. And so you guys could just roll by. He's in a 2009 black Mazda 4-door. He's about 6'2", about 110. Back of my property with a black Mazda 6 2009.
Okay, sir.
How long are you going to be?
I can't give you an ETA, sir. I don't have an ETA for our deputy.
I got to be honest with you, honey, and I'm going to be really as nice as I can because I'm sometimes, but the guy's up for why don't you get a car over here and do your job?
Okay, so you have a great day, okay?
You two, do your job like...
Wow, and she gave the guy attitude. He's got a damn murderer. I sure hope you never have an emergency, Miss Dispatcher.
Yeah. That's the dispatcher the chief from the other thing has worked with.
There it is. There it is. He's like, if it was another dispatcher, she'd have
another
hung up.
dispatcher I'm thinking of. Yep, she might have just hung up on the guy.
There it is.
Yep, this is that dispatcher.
And this is the Mazda.
What's up, guys? How you doing? Good, good.
Oh, that's over there. That's our room. Over there, where?
Do you think my guy's affiliated? Nowadays, you don't know, because I think it's more in vogue to look affiliated as opposed to actually being affiliated. Shout out to the Snitch, or otherwise known as Tekashi 6ix9ine. But he looks very affiliated. So, clue number one, I might actually be here with somebody with a murder warrant.
Well, he has mine inside. What's your name, man? Adrian. Adrian? Yeah. Adrian what? Abelar. Abelar? Yeah. With a B? With a V as in boy. Oh, Abelar with a V. Okay. E-L-A-R.
V as in boy?
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Do you know any Avelars or Abelars? Or does this sound like he's failing to ID?
A little bit.
What do you think it might be, Juan? You, the untrained person. If you had to guess.
I think they're about to get in a fight.
Southern California. And put in the chat, how many of y'all have heard of an Avelar or Abelar and not Aguilar?
No, I've heard of Aguilar.
Yeah. Like a G as in girl? No, is it no V as in boy? Yeah.
G-U? Maybe.
Cool. What's your date of birth?
That's a clue.
I've heard of Avila.
You're working on your car
with no R at the end.
Okay.
Dude got all his names mixed up in there.
So this is the one time you can detain a car with your body because this car ain't going nowhere. This thing straight up doesn't have a front tire.
Yeah. They are. They are? Okay. They're inside. Okay. No. You got your ID, miss? No. Okay. What's your name?
Shout out to this notepad. It's serious. Shout out to not doxing them either. Manifold, what's going on, my guys? Thank you to everyone who liked the chat. I really appreciate it. Or like the stream, should I say.
How do you spell your first name, man? No. You right here. Adrian. Adrian, like A-D.
Adrian?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah, think about it.
Yep. Sus! Can also run the tag and see what their tag returns to. That might be what he's doing. Shout out to this cop. I actually really like their positioning here. Like, you have the backup officer that's keeping eyes on the people that are inside the vehicle while this guy runs. This is textbook two-man handling of a call. Fuck you, dispatch, though.
SCC 1038 with 1 at San Gabriel and Kine, city of Rosemead.
Oh, they're counties, so they have different cities. I didn't think about that.
Temple 54, ma'am. 1038 with 1. Last name Avelar. Adam, Victor, Edward.
Sus.
Lincoln, Adam, Robert.
Whoa, hold up. The way he's spelling that, Avellar, that's weird. That's not even
agreed.
Kind of close to a real name.
NCIC will pick up sound X's, which basically means like if it's spelt close, it'll still sometimes pick it up, and you get murder warrants and shit that come up for that stuff all the time. But then you have to longest call sign ever, dude. I thought the same thing. I was like, damn, dude, like fuck.
Okay, I googled the name Avelar. There's some people with it. I'll give it a pass.
Okay.
Adam Nora. Date of birth.
There's like a Hispanic author with it.
Bet.
It looks like it's a Brazilian potentially.
I don't think I'd be worried about writing down names if some dude has a possible homicide warrant. Real nest, my guy. I respect your tactics here.
That's affirmative, ma'am.
Have an earpiece, because you're about to get some sensitive traffic. They should be 10-12.
Temple 54. Correction to the birth date. It's going to be.
Bro, this notepad's intense. The lady's getting bring on her computer. That's like, oh my god, there's a warrant for murder. See if he gets 10-12.
I don't like his looking around.
No. Sus! This is what we call
pre-attack cues.
One's figuring it out. We're learning today, boys and girls. There's nothing that's.
This is a how the hell do I get out of here?
How many cops are there here? How many bullets do I have in my gun? Maybe if I shoot this one cop first. thinking about it. Shout out to that backup officer for being like, hey, stop reaching around. Don't do that shit while I'm here. Shout out to that guy.
Yeah.
This officer can concentrate on doing an investigation. Wouldn't you want to remove the people from the car and get them No, because I have them detained here. They're not going anywhere. So let's say he produces a weapon inside that car. I can move. He can't. He's stuck in that car. So if I'm going to get into shooting with this guy, I'd rather him be stuck in his car. That car is not bulletproof. You know what I mean? I could very easily, and I like his positioning that he's staying behind this B pillar. He could murder the hell out of this guy without worrying about shooting this chick. So I actually don't have any problem with leaving him in the car. This is sus. His behavior is sus as fuck, though.
Dude.
Is that the guy who was working on your car?
Yeah.
Good de-escalation, my guy. Get his mind working on something other than thinking about shooting you.
Did you have a scheduled appointment to come in today? Or
I came over here and he let us come over here.
Which guy?
The tall white dude.
Tall white dude?
Yeah.
There's two tall white dudes in there. The skinny one or the heavyset one?
The heavyset one.
Oh, okay.
It's actually really good de-escalation technique because you're getting him to work. You're getting his brain to work on something else other than being stressed. These are easy layup questions that are completely irrelevant to the investigation. He doesn't give a fuck.
My name's Adrian.
There's no DL matching that name in DOB.
Sus!
No.
Failed ID fugitive.
However, that first DOB that you
Caitlin, he's looking sus as fuck.
Avalar, the last name is spelled Adam Boy Edward Lincoln Adam Robert. Shows an address out of Whittier. Is that your subject?
Where do you stay at, man?
Huh?
Where do you stay at?
I stay on Bella.
Where do you stay at?
You don't have any ID on you?
No.
Temple 54 copies. Can you write it to my box, man?
The guy has it though.
Okay. He has his ID. They have his ID in there.
You think I'm leaving homie here? Hell no. Now I'm thinking about removing him from the vehicle and then detaining him in mind because now he's failed to ID to me. Saying that he does have a driver's license, but nothing came back for the name that he gave me. And if they look older than 15, there should be some sort of ID there, typically.
All right.
I don't like that his backup moved. I would have made the primary officer go somewhere. Now you can't see inside the car. You can't even fucking see the guy on his body cam. My guy. My guy. Now I'm team get him out of the car. Yeah, you need to stay at the car, my dude.
I don't even know mine by heart.
Oh, okay, that's another officer. Okay, cool. They got 3. Shout out to this guy.
1033 998 Hey, sorry there.
That escalated.
Second body cam. There's gonna be another body cam, I think. Yeah, like there you go.
Hey, get on the ground.
Shout out to that third officer for thinking, hey, we got another person here, you know? I don't know about that last shot.
That's where you kind of,
I don't know about that last shot.
That's like a super scary. It went so well right up until then. And then it's like, hey, his arms are out here.
Maybe not shout
He's
out.
dropped it.
Maybe not shout out to that third officer.
I think maybe she wanted to get to the other side of the car real quick.
He shouldn't have had a gun in his lap when he got out of there and tried to run and all that bullshit. Shout out to both of the officers that were handling that call and that investigation. I thought that was really good, actually. That was probably the best policing we've seen today. Be careful who your backup is.
Yeah, probably would have been fine if it had just been them two, honestly.
Oh my god. Misfire, it was a SIG, so maybe. Sig is being sued by 2 or 3 different police departments for guns going off in the holster.
Really?
Yeah, shout out to Sig. Let's see. It looks like he keeps reaching under behind. Peerless Mastodon gets it, or Perilous Mastodon gets it. I fucked it up. I was doing so well today. Haven't confirmed warrant at this point. They did not confirm the warrant yet, but the second it didn't return. Honestly, the second he gave me that bullshit name, I was like, I don't know about that name. That's clue number 1.
So,
yeah, did you have any backstory to this?
Yeah, so if you actually look at the description, police activity provided quite a bit.
Read it out to us, Juan. I got rid of it on accident.
Yeah, so he did survive. He was treated for non-life-threatening injury. And let's see, there were no other persons injured at the incident. A loaded Ruger 9mm semi-automatic handgun was recovered at the scene. It was later determined that Abelard did not have a warrant for murder. However, he did have a $145,000 warrant for a felony probation violation.
Okay, there it is.
So I wonder if he was trying to act tough and tell the guy at the thing, "Oh yeah, I have a warrant for murder," blah blah blah, and the informant was like, "You picked the wrong guy."
Real Ness said, "Misfired." All right. I like Partner Gaming's explanation of a misclick.
Yeah, it was that's what it was.
You were doing so well. He's making fun of me for fucking up his name. You know what? I'm gonna say he was making fun of that other officer.
That's right. He was making fun of her.
Wasn't me.
He
wouldn't possibly pick on me. So body cam. Okay, walk me through this one.
All right. So basically, just start it all the way over. Pretty basic. So he gets called. So basically, this kid, they'll go over this during the video. We can skip over those parts. But basically, they were doing like dodgeball. I guess the kid decided he didn't feel like doing that. He told the coach that he was sick. So he told him, "Okay, cool, go sit in the bleachers." He was sitting in the bleachers. After they got done with dodgeball, they had free time to do whatever they wanted. And so he decided he wants to come down and enjoy free time. Coach goes up to him and is like, "Hey, I thought you were sick. What's going on?" They get into like a back and forth. The kid like curses at him, starts getting loud and aggressive. And so they call other teachers and the school resource officer over to handle it, I guess. And then the kid decides that he's very much entitled to just do whatever the hell he wants, but not in a violent way, just very verbally.
This is over.
Yes, this is where
play in PE.
Mm-hmm.
I love civilians. They're the best, dude.
I try to go in front of
yeah, he basically tells them like he got in my face and he was being real aggressive to me and blah blah blah, and like I don't need to be talked to like that. He's got to respect me and I'll respect him. That kind of stuff. Just that he's basically explaining his side of it.
Shut it down, and I couldn't talk to you.
Hold on.
You're on the floor.
I want to.
You didn't play our organized game. I told you I wasn't feeling good. That was the end of what you said, what you discussed. I'm minding my own business. I walked out. Can I have a word? Okay, our organized game, you didn't play. I asked you why you didn't play. You told me you didn't feel well. I didn't buck on your name. I said, okay, that's fine. Next thing you know, the basketballs come out, and now you're on the floor. So I came up to you and I was like, I thought you were sick when we were playing kickball, and now you're not sick anymore. And that's when you went from here to like that. And you shut it down, and I couldn't talk to you. And that's where we are.
Understanding a little bit of child psychology, I got some education in this. I understand why he wants this kid to conform a bit to the plan, right? Because it's kind of the whole point of school is to teach you, really in American schools, how to be a good factory worker. But normally the objective is to teach you how to become an adult. And part of that's paying taxes. And part of that's engaging in adult relationships where there's boundaries that have to be set and things like that you want to do. Your job's going to be predicated on your ability to conform to certain needs that come from you. I have an entire... That's literally what made us 2 minutes late to stream is Juan and I talking about work-related stuff because we got to pay our bills, right?
Yep.
So I understand where the coach is coming from in teaching this kid that he's got to conform to a certain degree to this, right? But if the kid is struggling with that, that's not the time to have this back and forth. Or what he's got clearly other things going on that he's acting out in this manner, and that's why he's upset, and that's why he wanted to abstain from the dodgeball game, or whatever the fuck. Maybe he had a stuck fart. It doesn't matter why he had one. I don't know that this is the hill I'm gonna die on. If he wasn't doing his homework, maybe if he was being disruptive in class, maybe I'd be team teacher a little bit more, because then he's affecting, other kids that way, and that's where you could base the argument off of, hey, we can't teach this class because you're being a dickhead. That I totally get. Or like something like that, but not deciding that you're not sick so you can play basketball. Like, I don't know. I get it, and this is probably a long-standing bit of microaggressions happening against this PE teacher's authority or whatever the fuck it is. But like,
yeah. Typically, your coaches are not necessarily going to be your best teachers. They're there because they're good coaches, and they only teach because they have to. And so typically, they're also used to kids who want to be where they are because they want to play the sport, and so they can treat them honestly way worse than you can treat any other kids in school, because they're getting the privilege of playing that sport. And so there's a lot more where the pushback to authority is a lot less, and when it happens, they have a lot more power to punish an athlete than they do a kid like this. I think this is one of those situations where this coach kind of just doesn't know how to handle the situation in any way. That isn't just yelling at the kid and making him do it.
Yeah, so that's my only complaint here.
Yeah.
I asked you a question. I said, I thought you were sick. We were playing kickball. And then you went, and you changed twofold. Like I was coming at you. And then you said, don't come at me like that. I was like, I'm asking you a question. I'm not coming at you. If I came at you, you know it, but I'm not going to do that. I'm 50 years old. I'm too old for that stuff, okay? I've been doing this for 26 freaking years. All right? You got a little bit of experience. So if you think I'm coming at you, you're totally wrong, 100%. But as a teacher...
Your intent does not change their perception.
No.
I will say that.
And it does feel a little like you're coming at him. The aggressive tone.
Yeah, my frustration is, what about this had anything to do with anything? Why is he getting the lecture? Why is law enforcement getting it? And this is my biggest, ultimately, my frustration is now there's multiple teachers involved. And could this kid be the problem? Maybe. Right now, his behavior doesn't make me think that. That's the only, because I've dealt with shitheads, and trust me, they're out there. I've met plenty of fucking shitheads that I show up, and the parents are nice, the teachers are nice, and the kid threw a chair through a window, punched the teacher in the face, and then kicked the principal in the chest, and I had to take him into custody, right, for assaulting like everybody, right? And I was like, I go to arrest the kid, perfectly fair to the kid. And I deal with, like, violent felons all the time. You know what I mean? And when the violent felon's like, yeah, man, sorry, I fucked up. I get it. And you're somehow still being like, okay, like, I got a pretty good meter for dealing with people just having a bad day, right? But you'll get kids. And again, there's a bunch of different reasons for people to act out. That goes for adults, too. But, like, in general, I don't like the way this thing's being played out, because now he's allowed to go have his 55-year-old adult temper tantrum at the expense of law, because he's not going to get in trouble for this. Anything that escalates from this is going to lie on law enforcement, and this guy gets to do this with the protection of law enforcement there to allow this. Because they wouldn't be having this conversation in an alleyway. I'll tell you that right now. That's my frustration. He has no power in this. And I'm not saying he needs it, but you have to understand, when they act out, this is, again, why you announce your law enforcement when you randomly walk up to someone's car, rip open the door, and say, get out of the car, is your intent on it is irrelevant if their perception of it is what it is. And it's going to come down to how reasonable is their perception of that. That also applies to human interaction. It's just, this is a law enforcement context, so why we're talking about it.
Adults, I guarantee you, I treat this man with the same respect that they treat me. Don't come.
He also accused him of racism. That's why he made that comment. But that was it.
But you wanted to go further with the
Now, the only question I asked you was, why could you not play our game?
That's irrelevant.
I'm not going to talk to you.
I let you talk. I let you say what you had to say, what you said over there. Explain to you. I wouldn't keep my tone like this.
I asked you a question.
I'm like, why are you not on business as I was going, saying me aggressive? Okay, that's my question. I'm a PE teacher. Why? Why?
Yeah, they go back and forth like this quite a bit, so we can probably skip all of that until they get to the point where the actual, this part basically. Wait, go back a little bit. Go back a little bit, because I think there we go. Yeah. Once the cop gets involved, that's where it kind of changes.
Okay.
We're doing a kickball game. Talking about the game. That's the whole point. When we had free time in basketball, that's when you did it. And I asked you a question. So why are you feeling better now than you?
So this PE teacher has completely escalated this kid and pissed him off over kickball, right? And he's now completely absolved of any responsibility to deal with this now pissed off child.
When you wasn't earlier. It was 10 minutes ago. And I think that's a legitimate question. It doesn't.
How is this legitimate? Yeah.
I think that's like an assistant principal or something.
Fuck this toupee wearing motherfucker, dude. Who again has zero responsibility to resolve this situation if this kid gets irritated because the way y'all are talking to him.
I was up there on the bleachers, and I'm telling you, I was feeling myself. It's the reason why I came down from off the bleachers. It don't matter about no basketball. It don't matter about no kickball. It don't got nothing to do with none of that.
I will say this. If this was a female student, this wouldn't be happening. That sounds shitty, but it's the truth.
I was feeling sick. If I'm feeling sick, I'm going to be up there on the bleachers. Where did you not understanding that? When I'm feeling myself, I'm going to come down. Where did you not understanding that?
These are pre-attack cues, so I do understand where the officer's starting to step in. Because he's clearly... You can hear it in his voice. Obviously, he's been upset this whole time. But once people go from... And it's not being loud. I think a lot of people get this misconstrued that just because somebody's yelling... that means that they're agitated. You get past the point of just like you're screaming, and then there's a lot of this. His complete body posture changed. These are all pre-attack cues, and he's trying to put off that anger. That's literally the psychology behind it all. It's the reason you start moving. It's the reason you start screaming past just conversationally, like talking loud. It's a gym. They're going to talk a little loud. And then obviously the gestures. These are all... He's under stress and his body's trying to put that off. What you don't want him to do is put it off with a fist to somebody's face. And that's... I'm okay with the officer stepping in at this point, to be honest.
Lower your voice. Lower your voice. I'm just excusing myself. Anything else you want to cuff him? If you want to talk to anybody, I got a lawyer. Anything, but you're not finna come to me no type of way and disrespect me. Hold on. Bro, get your hands off me. Hold on. Get your hands off me. I said hold on. You got 5 seconds to get your hands off me. What the fuck are you gonna do? You got 5 seconds.
That's not exactly a great way to de-escalate it either way. I wouldn't have touched the kid either way, to be honest, because I don't really have a detention here, right? This is clearly just some petty fucking disgust. He's already mad. As long as he's willing to like walk off and not get in a fight with his teacher, that's a win on my part. I'd let administrators deal with this. This is not a police issue. I get why he's pissed off. He doesn't need to be all in his feelings about the cop trying to do whatever, but the cop coming back at him about what are you going to do about it's not a great de-escalation.
What you going to do? What you going to do? You got 5 seconds to get your hands. I ain't going to do nothing. You going to get your ass off of me and get out my presence like you got some sense. Be a good citizen like you is.
How about you be a good citizen, not raise your voice?
With that badge on your hook.
And causing a big scene inside the gym.
No, I ain't causing
you're really pushing for disorderly conduct.
I ain't pushing that.
It's not disorderly conduct. Oh. He's a prisoner at school. This is not disorderly conduct. Dude, seriously. I mean, quite literally, kids are... Truancy is a thing. At least in Texas, it's illegal for you to not be at school when you're a minor. If you're supposed to be at school. That's why, like, when your parents homeschool you, they actually have to apply to homeschool you or show proof that they're homeschooling you. If not, it's a crime. It's truancy. You will go to truancy court. It's a whole 9 thing. No kid left behind, hashtag whatever.
If I'm pushing some, alright. Like I said, stay right. Okay.
Don't be proud of yourselves. You guys pissed him off.
Come on, man. Get your stuff. Let's go.
I ain't going nowhere.
Yeah. You are.
I'm not going nowhere.
Yes, you are.
Why is you fall?
He's not going to fight one of the other kids. Now, let's say he does. You can go up there and go do whatever. This is not the place I want to get in a tussle with the kids in the bleachers. I'm not following that kid up there, to be honest. Unless I thought he was going to go fight some kid. I'm not going up there because I ain't trying to get hurt.
Because even Mr. Perry wants you to get you stuff because he wants you to meet him over there. So let's go.
I don't care about what Mr. Perry said. I'm in this class. I just got in this class. The jail ain't do shit to begin with.
It's called disorderly conduct.
Disorderly conduct. You ain't
and let's go.
Hold on. Where's this at? Tennessee. Look up the state law for disorderly conduct in Tennessee. I'll let you read it. You're smart enough to figure it out, but I'd be curious to see if he actually meets the elements of the offense for disorderly conduct. That's bad parenting. My kids wouldn't talk to anybody like that. Pamela, I'm 100% on your team that my kid wouldn't be acting like a total turd either. However, being a turd is technically a First Amendment right. And my frustration with this is that these are all adults interacting with him, right? And there's a lot of ego involved in the way that they're handling him because he might have a lot of it. It could be worse than just bad parenting, right? This kid could be subject to some level of abuse. He could have great parents, but be surrounded by shithead students in the shitty ass school. Right?
I was about to say, there's plenty of people with really good parents who still behave really badly.
Yeah.
And it's not because their parents were bad. It's because their other influences in their life maybe sucked. A lot of times your parents don't have control over what your situation might be outside of where they can be with you.
The amount of
there's just no way.
The amount of suicide attempts that I worked that were unsuccessful, and most minors were often unsuccessful. And mostly because this is oftentimes like a cry for help, and they don't know how else to do it. And nobody else listens to them. But most of those stressors came from school. Or they came from peers, or they came from something going on in their life. Their parents were almost sometimes completely unaware, especially once they get to like teenage years, because they just shut in, and they're embarrassed, and they don't want to talk about it, and it bubbles up, and they act out like this. So, I hated dealing with minors more than anybody, and I had a couple really bad calls with minors that fucking scarred me for life. But like, yeah, 100%. I'm Team Caitlin on this. This is completely avoidable if the instructors just, why are we escalating this? It's a fucking kickball game. If it was classroom instruction and this kid was disrupting a class where kids are learning something, I'm team kick him out of the class. I'm totally fine with it. Kick him out of the school for all I care. I don't care. If you are a kid and you are incapable of doing that, and the schools have exhausted all of the other diversionary programs they have, fuck them. I pay way too much in taxes for these kids to be just little turds. And we have to do that. I'm fine with that. But that's not what's occurring here. He's not in post-secondary school, or he's not in, what's it called? Like a diversionary school where you have kids that clearly have issues acting out and stuff like that and need way more structure. He's in a regular school that they have other steps they could have done other than call the police.
Okay, so disorderly conduct for Tennessee.
Go for it.
It is fighting or threatening behavior, refusing to obey an official order to disperse during an emergency, creating a hazardous condition without legitimate purpose, or being unreasonably noisy as to prevent others from lawful activities in public with intent to annoy the people.
He doesn't meet that. I'll tell you that right now.
No.
He's a prisoner at school, so he can't go anywhere, and he's not preventing anyone from doing anything. And he raised his voice like twice, and it's because he was getting yelled at. What is he? Who is he preventing? He's preventing.
I was going to say the fighting or threatening behavior didn't really happen until they amped him up, and that was for 2 seconds, and he stopped it pretty quick. So
and then
like
he walked away.
Yeah, like they could have just as easily been like, okay, cool, go to the bleachers, get your backpack, go sit there. You know, or go to the office, or we're gonna give you detention or whatever. Like it can all be handled post this situation happening. Once the bell rings.
Off the bleacher. That's fine. You can record all you want. I've been recording the whole time. For causing a disorder inside the gym in front of everybody else.
It's not the statute.
Don't resist. Come on now.
We're gonna physically remove. So what I'm not about to do is get into a fight with a kid in a gym full of kids. Is what I'm also not gonna do. Because what am I doing? Let's say I get into a fight with this kid and he pulls the gun off of me. Or my baton. Or my taser. Or let's say these kids, being dumb kids, decide that they're going to get involved in this fight. What are we doing? What the fuck are the other teachers doing? Like, even just from a tactic standpoint, let's say this kid's got a fucking murder warrant, right? We're going to go take this kid into custody. I'm not doing it with other kids. It's so stupid.
We finna go to jail. Don't resist me, dude. What is it?
And to go to jail?
Don't do it.
Shout out to Axon.
Hell yeah. Is he grabbing his hair?
Totally an approved technique, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
We should get cell phone footage of this, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm amazed there wasn't a ton of it from the kids.
Probably got confiscated.
Oh.
Sus.
He's like, this needs to be on camera.
Why are you still holding me, man? Because you're not listening to a lawful order that I'm giving you.
For disturbing, or what did he say? Breach of the peace, or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah. Everybody seems pretty peaceful over there on the right. I don't know.
You still holding me. Why is y'all still on me at this parents? Why my parents ain't been called? Put my dad on the phone. Put my dad on the phone.
And again, I've dealt with minors. I dealt with disruptive minors. I'm talking fighting teachers. I'm talking bringing knives to school, bomb threats. I've dealt with all that stuff. And sure, guess what? The police came, and I went and took kids into custody. I've had to fight kids. I've had to fight 8-year-olds before. You know what I mean? And I get. Normally, when there's a law enforcement objective to go do, I get that. It's just this one was created. And that's my frustration.
Mm-hmm.
And I guarantee you, not a single teacher is going to have anything to. They won't suffer any consequence. But this law enforcement officer who decided to intervene, which I get it, when he stopped him from getting amped. But the second the kid walked away, I'd be like, cool. Seems like there's nothing else going on here. I'm going to hang out in the corner and y'all deal. I wouldn't have even walked up to the discussion, to be honest. Because they didn't start getting mouthy with him until you showed up as a police officer.
Take the bag off. Why are you trying to get me to retain my stuff off of me? This is my property. This is me.
If he was going to jail, I would be team him, and I'm guessing he's going to, juvenile detention is what we had in Tarrant County, and I'm sure Tennessee's the same way, because the Constitution doesn't allow you to detain kids or take kids to adult jail. You have to separate them.
I'm not trying to steal it. I'm trying to get it
I don't care. You
to
just
detain you in
You
handcuffs.
just threw me around.
Because you didn't listen. I told you to get up.
I didn't have no right.
You can handcuff. So what I used to do when people didn't want to take off their backpack is I would handcuff them in the backpack and I'd cut the backpack off. And I'd tell them that before I did it. I'd be like, look,
yeah.
You either help me take it off, or if you're not being a dick, and the other way to do it is to also loosen up the tightening tabs because they'll come off. Most simple backpacks are like that, but there's some of these that don't have clasp, like it's like sewn together, that you can't do that to.
Right. To be treated the way you treated me. Why?
It's weird, though, that these teachers that had a lot to say prior to that, for some odd reason, aren't going hands-on with this kid to go help detain him, to protect the kid from getting hurt. The reason why I would typically ask for other officers to help me detain a kid is because I did not want this kid to punch me or something like that and then put me in a position where I have to hit him back or have to go leverage more force on him to get him detained.
Why you still holding me? I've been to...
They let him go.
No, I'm not good. I literally just got thrown.
So he called his dad, I believe.
Like, I haven't done nothing. No one even get into the...
I'm gonna be honest, if I was rock solid on a detention or an arrest, he wouldn't be calling his dad. This is kind of sus behavior, to be honest. This is no longer de-escalation. This is you not knowing what the fuck you're doing, to be honest. And that's what's apparent to me here is under no circumstances am I letting a suspect that I'm not detaining for a crime getting on their phone and calling someone to come up there and pick him up. They can pick him up from juvenile detention. They're not picking him up from the school because now guess what? I get to fight mom and dad and kid. So like if I had a crime, and I did this all the time, we had kids that would go, I'd have 14, 15-year-olds that were robbing people, that were doing a bunch of crazy shit. Shitty kids that I dealt with, you know, or whatever. This is not that instance. And if it, let's say it was, and let's say his charge is totally legit, this is some of the worst tactics I've ever seen in detaining somebody.
Bleachers light.
Either way, it's a bad.
You are fixed to get put in handcuffs one way or another.
Well, how is he yelling? So I can justify dragging him by his hair. I can justify swinging him around in his hair and all that stuff, but I can't justify putting him in handcuffs. Okay. Oh my God. Tossed a kid side by side with his dread. I'm just saying Pamela. Pamela's probably got confiscated. We're all here too eager to have the students turn in their phones at the start of school.
Also,
that's true.
Just fun fact, calling his dad or calling his parents could have prevented all of this. If he was being whatever early on, the teacher could have very easily done that.
100%.
And had the parent come up there and be like, listen, he clearly listens to his parent, clearly has some trust in the parent because that's who he called first.
Sure.
So like,
hey, at least
wait, no, go back.
At least they evacuated.
I think that's
Take it off. Handcuffs. Take the bag.
There it is. Yeah, pepper spray's out.
Oh, did he threaten him with OC?
Yeah.
I'm not doing nothing.
Take the bag off.
No right to be slung
Take the bag off.
Wow. That would go under a use of force report.
And then he actually OCs him. They just cut it out because law and crime doesn't like to show anything.
A lawful order for me to be able to put you in handcuffs.
OC's a bad day, dude.
Take the bag off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm shocked he couldn't put the kid into handcuffs without OC. He's like twice this kid's size.
Well, he's a school resource officer.
The bag off.
He's about to have a bad day. That OC's about to hit him
Take
here in
it
a
off.
second.
Take the bag off.
Yeah.
Take
this
it off.
is shitty. This is practically torture.
Take the bag off. Take the bag off.
Put the handcuffs on. Walk yourself to the jail. This is not how you arrest people.
I'm going to take the bag off. We can get you decontaminated.
Bro, he's handling that OC better than a lot of people I've seen.
He's keeping his eyes shut and he's trying not to breathe.
I know it sucks.
The second he
If you
opens his
just
eyes
listened,
and shit,
this
it's going to be
This
bad.
wouldn't have happened. That's all. That's all you had to do was listen.
Nope.
You still going to resist? You want it some more, dude? Because that's fine. I got.
Tell me he doesn't.
Take the bag. You're harassing me. I told you to take the bag off.
It's getting him now.
Oh yeah.
OC's, once it starts to get places, it's really bad. It doesn't hurt at first, and then it starts getting places.
That's fine, dude. Contaminated. Can't breathe.
There's no amount of decontaminating that. And yes, it feels like you're suffocating when you get OC'd. So this is one of the very few times where someone's yelling, I can't breathe. And they're not getting asphyxiated that I believe him, that he feels that way. This cop needs to be fired. This is not the worst thing I've ever seen from a school resource officer, which tells you something. And we're talking about Uvalde. I'm actually talking about other things where I've seen something bad. That's probably the worst I've seen, but there's no
Oh, he's got the old school baton.
I can't breathe.
Bruh. What the hell is this?
Give me your hand, man.
Seriously, crowbarring?
Let's breathe. Closing.
Give me a nurse up here.
It's closing by windpipe.
Give me a nurse up here.
A nurse.
A nurse.
Roll over, man. Roll over and sit up.
I wonder how their CVSs are doing in Tennessee, wherever this is.
I can't breathe.
Oh, what are they circle jerking it here? Are they masturbating to this poor kid getting tortured?
They are, in the comments, yes. If you look at all the comments, they're like, that kid needs to learn respect, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's very much pro what this cop did, and I'm like, what's the same video I did?
Well, and again, if this was my child that did this while he was at school, right? Once he got home, I'd OC him and beat his ass. That's fine, because I'm his parent, that's my job, right? However, if I saw how it went down, and I'm like, so you mean to tell me because my kid chose not to play kickball but wanted to play basketball that we had to call the police and you had to go bitch out my kid for this? He didn't want to dress out for PE. So my kid's a little fat. It's whatever. I don't give a shit. Is there a grade for this? Is he going to fail PE? Okay.
I can't breathe.
Especially if you told me my kid got OC'd over that.
Mm-hmm.
Roll over and sit up.
I'm not saying this kid couldn't have made it easier on himself by just complying, because he could have. and the kid's earning a bit of the situation that happened. So I don't want to sit there and take the complete onus off of this kid. The kid's acting out clearly, and the kid could have just easily walked away from the situation or listened or went with the police officer. So many things this kid could have done to make his job easier. And I understand, and I've been that guy that's had to go in there and forcibly remove a kid from a school, right? They had to articulate an offense for me to do it. I had a lieutenant. I will say it right now. He's probably more than a lieutenant now. Rollins. I'll say one of the best cops I ever met. And he came out, and we got a call that a kid was being disruptive, and they wanted a police officer to come up there. And he got on the phone and told them to go fuck themselves. He said, I am not sending one of my police officers who's working like robberies and stuff like that to go handle an internal issue. Did he hit anybody? And they said, no. Did he break anything? No. He's just not listening. Well, then that's not a police officer issue. Shout out to that lieutenant for standing up for us. Because if not, I'd have to go. This kid's having a real bad day.
Roll over.
And it's going to continue to get worse.
Roll over. Roll over and sit up. Roll over and sit up. Roll bag, dude.
Guess it's a nurse.
I'm trying to catch up on my bro.
I got you. The more you're struggling against him, the harder it is for you to catch.
Just let go of the bag.
If you comply, this would be over a lot quicker. That's what we all want.
He's wrestling with me and I told him I can't breathe.
Just let go of the bag.
This is my stuff. I don't want to.
So I'm not going to lie. This is really indicative of kids that grow up in really, really poor areas. They get hyper... I don't want to call it hyper possessive, but like it's worth dying over for like a lunchbox. It's the weirdest thing you've ever seen. This only happens with really, really poor kids. I'm not saying it's kids that in that instance, but if you grow up with kids, this like hyperfixation on this stuff is really indicative, not of abuse, but of sometimes neglect at times. And again, not from the parents per se, but if you have a kid that grows up going to school every day and getting his fucking lunch money taken all the time, like there's reasons for some of this behavior. I'm not justifying it. The kid should just fucking comply. And again, I would be mad at my child for not complying, but like I've taken felony warrants into custody that have resisted worse without all this nonsense.
You're not taking your stuff.
It ain't about my stuff. It's not about you taking it. That's not the point. You keep telling you to let go.
Also, free advice to children that are ever watching this. If for some odd reason YouTube lets you watch this, do not hold on to your backpack while there's an officer trying to OC you. If this guy's going to be a belligerent asshole, complies, you don't have more force used on you, and let your parents sue him in the back end. Let your parents win the lawsuit. Think about it that way.
It is not no right for you to slap.
No, give me up.
Together.
Go. Let's go.
I'm never resisted anything.
Yeah. This officer lost me as soon as he started pulling hair. So at this point, I'm like, whatever gets me more money in that lawsuit, go for it, kid.
You said fucking go for it, full send.
I'm like, if I was his parent, I'd be like, as soon as you started pulling his hair over him not wanting to come down from the bleachers, like
that's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Your ass is getting sued.
Whoa,
I'm gonna personally defund that whole department with my lawsuit.
I'm kidding. Hold on. I want to hear what he says here.
Yeah.
Of course, there's a bunch of recordings and people taking pictures and stuff that was in the gym too, as far as the kids.
Yeah.
So this is about to go viral, as they say.
Little bit, bro.
Wonder why. Here I'm talking about.
Yeah. Over a
Tell me
kickball
I got
game.
5 seconds to take my hands off of it. Well, now you're making me feel like you're about to assault me.
No, I told you to take my hands off of you because you
Sure.
make me feel comfortable. That's the reason why.
And that's fine.
I repeatedly said take your hands off of me.
You could have voiced and said that, but
I
instead,
repeatedly said take
all you
your
said
hands
was
off
you
me.
have 5 seconds to get your hands off me.
Is that a threat? Is it conditional? What was he detained for?
You asked him, what are you gonna do? He said, I'm not gonna do nothing. So
No, but like my frustration's just like, is he really trying to articulate that that was a threat, and that's why he's doing breach of peace. Good luck.
You made me feel uncomfortable. You do not have a right to touch a citizen if they is telling you to take their hands off of them. If you're making them feel uncomfortable.
If they're not detained, he's 100%
I told
right.
you that multiple times.
So police officers do have the right to give you directives.
Police officers have the right to give you lawful orders if they're in the commission of their job preventing crime. Not allowed to tell you, hey, get off the sidewalk. Oh, because I said so. We're not living in the 60s, okay? Like, you're not allowed to just, like, tell anybody these people. Now, don't get me wrong. As a child in school, you have negative rights. They can search your lockers. You don't have any Fifth Amendment rights at all. You don't have any, none of those things apply to you in school to school administrators. But to law enforcement, you still got to play by the rules. You swear an oath to the Constitution, not to the school district. And so, like, you have a very different objective here. And it's strictly law enforcement based. It's peacekeeping based. This kid was fighting kids. If he punched if he shoved a kid, see him, throw him on the ground, whatever, yank him by the hair, that's fine. He decided he wanted to go get in a fight, and a cop goes in there and wins that fight and finishes that fight for him. That's fine, to be honest. If that's what it takes to break up said fight, I have no issue with it. I've had to break up plenty of fights in Section 8 housing between baby mamas and whatever at 16 and 17 years old. And yeah, sometimes it took grabbing people and doing whatever. This was a kid that did not want to play kickball.
I have the right to give you directives in the school.
That's correct.
Directions. Like, go sit in your seat or something like that. Like, I don't know. Like, this is a big stretch. If a teacher did this over a kickball game, just saying.
To take the backpack off, to put your hands behind your back.
Didn't commit a crime.
Like that. He got to raising his voice, disrupting an entire gym full of people that's even playing basketball. He goes to walk away. I did this. It's like, hey, hold up just a second, man. And he looks at me and says, you got 5 seconds to take your hands off me. I was like, okay. Follow him over here because at this point, he's hooked. He's mine. He sits down on the bleacher. I tell him, get up, man.
He's hooked. He's mine for saying, take your hands off me.
You know, up here.
What's the disposition here, Juan? I need to know. I need to know. This is pissing me off as I'm watching this.
Deputy must be seen and try to keep the peace for whatever reason.
We pull up the thing.
Just walk away. Why not? Go.
Yeah, so that's the dad. He shows up. He explains to him his version of the story of what happened. What did?
I tell you what. Dad looks kind of salty.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be pretty pissed off too. But he's being pretty cool.
Yeah.
He's being pretty cool given the
Yeah,
information.
he's got very much a like contained. He knows what this is. He pretty much. My assumption is he understands that like this officer probably went too far, but his kid was being a little shithead, and that's.
Coach says he didn't. He was just questioning, and he does. I did not witness it. And it became open gym. The Taurus wanted to participate. The coach was like, "I thought you said you were sick. Well, you don't get to do the fun stuff if you can't do the other stuff too." I guess I did not witness it,
which is fine. I don't mind him telling him he can't play basketball. Truly, I don't have an issue with that.
Yeah, tell him to go back to the bleachers.
Go sit back in the bleachers. No, you don't get to play basketball. He acts up, fine. Go to the principal's office. You don't want to go to the principal's office? Well, now you're being truant, fine. Or whatever. Maybe, but like, the rest of this is a bit extra.
Hey, man.
I want to know what happened.
Attempted to.
I think the officer is ego-driven and providing he will win the battlefield, yeah?
I'm reading it. Let's see. Oh, Eastridge High School led a peaceful protest on the football field demanding justice for Taurus Sledge. Hamilton County Sheriff Austin Garrett, who overlooks Sledge's position as a school resource operative, said he was notified immediately after the incident and added he intends to carefully review the case. Officer Tyler McRae has a history of accusations and lawsuits against him. Whew. I wonder why. I bet you this was his, we need to put you somewhere where you can't cause any problems.
Complaints are one
assignment.
Because I got plenty of complaints. I got people that would sit there and say, Officer Josh is super fucking racist. He said XYZ, whatever, did XYZ. I think he only did this because of XYZ reason. All of those things got investigated. Everything's on body cam. It was all open records. And they were like, yeah, dude, this is unfounded. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Lawsuits, very different. You have to earn a lawsuit. You really do. To threaten to sue a city for a lawsuit like that. And like actually have it come up to be whatever. And again, my complaints were, well, my DWI boyfriend didn't need to be ripped out of the car. I was like, well, he did run and he did, you know, like crash his car and tell us go fuck off and was running across a highway. And yeah, we tried, okay? Politely telling him, please stop doing this or whatever. But like,
You going to wash his ass?
Yeah. Is there a bathroom that we can use?
Locker room's right beneath that.
There you go. Right here's never been in here. So I'm not
shout
sure
out to Dad.
Yeah, Dad's being super cool about the whole situation, which once again shows me that he's probably not the problem.
These streets guys,
He was available to show up at like the drop of a hat.
Mhm.
He was here within an hour probably of this whole thing going down, right?
Yeah.
Very
yeah.
calm.
He reminds me a lot of like my dad, where he's just got that kind of
Very
quiet
calm,
like thing where it's
very-
like,
yeah.
you know, if you disappointed him, like he doesn't have to say anything. You're just,
Yeah.
you disappointed him because you just like, and that's worse than the pepper spray probably.
Well, and what sucks is like this water's not helping.
No. It's just spreading it everywhere.
It's oil based. He's fucked. This kid's gonna have a bad day.
Yeah.
Kid took it pretty well though.
Can't, yeah, I can't find a lot, but it looks like the officer resigned from his position.
on his shoulder.
Yeah.
You start to walk away like, hey, hold up, let me talk to you for a minute to try and help resolve the conflict. And the kid squares up on me. And
I don't know, man. Maybe he's just soft. Maybe that's all it is. I don't know, dude.
Yeah.
I've been squared up on a few times in my life. That was not it.
says, you got 5 seconds to take your fucking hand off me. I'm like, okay.
He did not say the F word. I don't remember him saying
I'm
that,
walking with
but
him. He's still yelling. He's still going on and on and on. I tell him, keep your voice.
Standing there. When I'm feeling myself, I'm gonna come down.
And I defended him here. I said, no, this is the time to step in because he might throw a punch. And that's what I don't want to happen.
What did you not understanding that?
Lower your voice. Lower your voice.
No issue with this.
I'm just excusing myself. Anything else you wanna cover me?
I don't want you to
If you
excuse
wanna
yourself
talk
right
to
now.
anybody, I got a lawyer. Anything, but you're not finna come to me no type of way and disrespect me.
Hold on.
Bro, get your hands off me.
He asked.
Get your hands off me.
I said, hold on.
You got 5 seconds to get your
What
hands
the
off
fuck
me.
are you gonna do?
yeah, the one who cursed was the officer.
You got 5 seconds to
What
get
you
your
gonna
hands
do?
on me.
What you gonna do?
You got 5 seconds
You
to
got-
get your
what
hands
you
on me. I
gonna
ain't
do?
gonna do nothing. You gonna
Exactly.
get your ass off of me and get out my presence like you got some sense. Be a
I
good
got some
citizen
sense.
like you is.
How about you be a good citizen, not raise your voice
With that badge on your
and,
hook.
and causing a big scene inside the gym?
Nah, I ain't
Because
causing
you're really
no
pushing
scene.
for disorderly conduct.
I
is
ain't
what you're
pushing
doing.
nothing.
He didn't do anything. There was no threat. Oh. Anyways, this is. I don't want to watch any more of this.
Yeah.
This pisses me off.
Yeah. That's basically most of what it was. The rest of it's just them with the dad and cleaning him and all that stuff. But the main reason I wanted to watch this one was, for one thing, because I think it's kind of egregious, overall. But especially because the biggest problem that we, I think, all agree is that the teachers they're literally outsourcing their jobs to law enforcement. They are essentially co-opting the level of authority of a police officer in order to get compliance from a kid because they can't do it themselves. Because they don't know how, because they maybe have personality that is not conducive to that, whatever. But they can't get their own class under control. They can't get their own students to give them the respect they feel they're owed. And so they are now calling for a police officer to escalate the situation by just being there in order to enforce that. And it's indicative of a societal problem that we have, which is, at the end of the day, law enforcement ends up being the solution to every problem because we don't want to deal with the problems in any other way. We refuse to put any level of resources into getting better teachers, training better teachers, improving parenting or home situations or neighborhoods or whatever it is that both makes this kid act this way and also makes the teachers act this way. And in doing so, what ends up happening is now you are bringing a hammer into something that, again, is not a nail. There was no reason for that officer to be there aside from just like, okay, if that kid starts throwing punches, I better run in there and stop him.
And
But he could have done that from halfway across the
yeah,
gym.
and I thought he was spot on when he stepped in, because the kid
Mhm.
was pretty agitated. But the
Yeah.
second and the kid caught himself, and the kid was like, "Okay, clearly I'm," and so he tried to walk away, and then the guy
Yeah.
like half detained him, I guess, because
Mhm.
that was him touching him, and all the kid said was, "You need to stop touching me."
Mhm. Yeah. And like whether you want to call it disrespectful or whatever, but it's like
And I'll say this
the
again:
kid. One thing,
yeah. If it was a female student, this would have gone down very.
Would have gone differently.
This would have gone down very
Yeah.
differently.
hmm And one thing that I noticed from the student is kind of the way that he's talking, and a little bit to the point about parenting versus, society is a lot of the way that he was speaking reminds me of a lot of what we'll see on TikTok or Instagram or whatever of like essentially how to enforce your rights, how to do this, how to interact, all that stuff, where he was very much aware of his tone of voice until he got like too amped because his emotions got too amped. And then as soon as he caught himself again, because the officer told him to calm down, again, he's very much trying to articulate himself in a way that he believes is reason. He's trying to reason his way out as opposed to trying to fight his way out, which I think is indicative of both that, he's probably been taught well to control his emotions to some extent, even if he's not particularly good at it necessarily.
But he's a young kid.
But but it also shows me that like he's probably got other sources of information that maybe are not the best for like when you can and can't use this stuff, when it actually works, and when it's kind of sometimes you just got to take the L, man, and just kind of
Take the L.
deal with the fact that like society sucks and you have to live in it.
Yep.
And you won't always have things work out your way just because that's what's fair.
I have a cool job. I have amazing friends. I live in a wonderful house. I have cool internet friends that I hang out with every Tuesday and Thursday streams. Fuck you to my 4th grade teacher and my 3rd grade teacher. They fucking suck, and I hope they're fucking miserable.
Yeah.
That's right, I said it.
Oh, man. No.
I got to
but I did relate a lot.
Yeah.
I related a lot to this kid in the sense of like, when I was little, I had a big problem of like, if I thought something was unfair, I was going to fight it. And not physically, but like I was going to try to argue my way out of it. And that seems to be like a lot of what he's trying to do is like he believes that this situation is unjust.
Sure.
And he believes it to his core that this is unjust, and therefore he's going to be like the freaking Mr. Smith Goes to Washington about it, and he's gonna talk his way out of it somehow and get his justice. But that's just not how it works, man. It isn't.
You know what job he should get when he gets older, because he's got that burning fire for doing the right thing and making sure the right thing happens?
What?
You should be a cop.
Oh God!
maybe not
with today's admin. I don't know about that. I think he's gonna have the same problem. He's gonna be 2 years in, and admin's gonna be like, "It because I said so." And he's gonna be like, "Well, then peace, bro."
Yeah. Pamela said that she must have missed where the kids squared up. We all did.
Yeah, we all did.
Police are out there trying to
it's
protect the
dumb.
community. Real dangers, not kids having a tantrum. Educate teachers.
Yeah.
Get better school system. I agree completely. And like I said, I was pissed off the handful of times that we got called and we're like, hey, they would say, we had a couple of like repeat offenders with this. I had to threaten that I was like, I'm gonna arrest you for abuse of 911 if you keep calling us. But it was like, hey, I think my kid wants to hurt themselves. Still a serious call, right? So I'd show up. I started interviewing the kid, and the kid's like, no, I just don't want to like clean my room. And I was like, okay, so you don't want to clean your room. What are you going to do if someone tries to make you clean your room? And they're like, I'm just not going to do it. And I was like, so why does your mom think you're going to hurt yourself? And she's like, I never said that. And I'm like, are you sure you never said that? Do you feel safe here? And they're like, yeah, I feel safe here. I'm like, so I asked mom, well, I told her I'd beat her ass if she didn't clean her room, and clearly she doesn't care. And I was like, no, you did not call 911 for this. I was there. I get all. Anyways, I've been there.
Mm-hmm. Again, outsourcing your societal responsibility to law enforcement, and a lot of these situations that we watch here, and where cops overstep and all this stuff, are situations where they should not have been there in the first place.
And I'll be honest, probably the most egregious situations that I ran into are kids that were, and pardon for the trigger warning on the kiddos. I had kids that were sexually assaulted as minors, and it was never brought to law enforcement's attention. And so these kids would cry out about this way after the fact. And the outcry was still valid, but like, we got zero participation, can't do a SANE exam, can't do anything. The parents squashed it because it's a family member or whatever. And then this kid's a repeat runaway. And finally, like, the kids were real cool with us. Like, they'd get mad that we were taking him back or whatever. And I was like, would you rather go to juvie? And they were like, yeah, I'd rather go to juvie than go home. And I was like, all right, fuck it. You're a runaway. I'm taking you to juvie. It's either that or have to charge the kid with resisting for not wanting to go back home. Because they're like 14 or 15. And I talked to him and I was like, hey, so what the fuck's the deal? It's like the 5th time I've had to pick you up off the street. And they're like, well, they won't let me talk about it. And I'll call CPS, and CPS doesn't give a fuck. And like, it's always so much more complicated with kids or with people that are repeat offending on stuff like this. Now, they're shitty people. They're also shitty kids, but these people don't exist in a vacuum. And that's kind of, we talk about this a lot on this channel, that there's society is failing people way more frequently than law enforcement does. But unfortunately, it doesn't make the news until law enforcement gets involved.
Yeah. Well, law enforcement is the last stop.
Yeah.
That's where it all ends up. And so law enforcement gets to deal with it on the back end after all of the things that could have prevented it have been, they're just not available anymore.
So to answer Manifold's question of why does this cop look like a salesman on a car salesman on a cheap commercial? That's because he is. We're going to go ahead and look at this recruiting video here for Fort Worth PD. It's near and dear to my heart. Good agency. It's actually a pretty good agency.
Officer Big B here. Are you looking for a new job? Are you ready to try something new that'll make a difference at doing something really great? Well, come join us here at the Fort Worth Police Department. We're hiring and we got it all. We got your patrol vehicles. We got your Explorers. We got your Tahoes. And we even got your F-150 responders. Say what? Now, currently, you may not have squad. But
I tell you what, they also got a pretty dope pursuit policy. I'm listening.
Come join us here at the Fort Worth Police Department because we've got SWAT. Yes, sir. We've got your armored vehicles. We've got your Bearcats. While these big machines here takes a licking, keeps on ticking. That's right, folks.
That's not true. Those are inherently unreliable vehicles. They're bullet resistant. They're inherently unreliable. They require so much maintenance.
You may be asking yourself, but Big B, I want horsepower. You got horsepower? Well, of coursey, we've got horses.
We do have a mounted
Step right
unit.
over here, folks. We've got our mounted unit right here. We have got our quarter horses, and even if you're lucky, maybe even a thoroughbred. That's right, folks. You're not going to find more horsepower than what we got here for you right here in Fort Worth, Texas. Now, you may be asking yourself, I'm an officer, Big B, that would rather hopper on a chopper. Well, folks, you're in luck. We've got your motor.
I love his boots.
We've got your BMWs for the roadway. Oh, yes, sir, we do. We've got your dual sport for the off-road. And for you eco-friendly folks out there, we got these bicycles. The only footprint you're going to leave is on the pedal. Now, folks, you may be asking yourself, do I have to be brand new to join our...
He's breathing pretty hard right now in the middle of this presentation.
Fort Worth Police Department? No! Right here, we take
trade-ins.
Folks, we've got an amazing lateral program right here for all of you officers that are out there saying, you know what? I'd like to make a change for a little more ka-chang. That's right, folks. Come visit us here if your credit's good where you're at right now, because we'd like to give you a chance to do that happy dance. Now, folks, I could go on and on about the amazing things that we got right here for you at the...
I guarantee you not a single officer that's in this wanted to be in this and had to be in this. Look up the Krispy Kreme challenge, I think it was, and it was awful. Oh, no, it was Shipley's. It was the Shipley's challenge. And I remember I don't remember who had to be in it, but I was still on the street when this happened. And I was lucky that I worked nights at the time, so they couldn't make us come in because they did it during day shift. But I knew a handful of day shift officers that were forced to do it, and it was awful. And then subsequently, people got written up for going to Shipley's while on duty, which was stupid. I was like, you'll do a TikTok video for it, but yeah. It was
the Fort Worth Police Department. But don't take my word for it. Give us a call. Send us an email. It doesn't matter if it's AM or PM. Just send us that DM. And I'll tell you what, you talk to that recruiter and you tell them Officer Big B sent me here. And you come join us right here
there
in
it is.
Fort Worth, Texas. That's
This is my favorite part.
In Fort Worth, Texas. Did you hear what I
Of
said?
the wacky waving inflatable arm man.
Texas. It's easy.
Call now 817-392.
That guy, that last guy, he wanted to be in it.
He did.
Or you can
He definitely wanted to be in it.
FortWorthTexas.gov. or you can send us a message or DM on any of our social media platforms. You can also click on the hyperlink in the narrative listed above. Come join us here at the Fort Worth Police Department.
I liked it.
For how good this police department is, and it's a good police department, I will say that. This was pretty cringe.
No, I loved it.
No,
I loved it.
I will say this though.
They leaned into the cringe, and I love it.
I will say this though. It was self-aware, and it beats the shit out of MSP's fucking recruiting video.
Dude,
this is,
well, here's the thing. We've seen, because we watched a couple of recruiting videos. Like, most of them try to go for the like glossy action James Bond. Like, you're gonna do all this stuff. I like that it was self-aware.
Yeah.
This dude, he was breathing hard out at the end there, but like he did that in one take, which mad respect. I don't know how. I don't know if they had cue cards for him. I don't know if he memorized that speech.
Yeah.
Or if he was improvising the whole time, but super mad respect. I'm sure when they filmed this, it was like 106 degrees outside.
Oh yeah.
So like, I'm not gonna blame him for anything.
Rock solid police department. I very rarely had any issues interacting with them. And I will say this, with the few times that I got in trouble and I asked like 1034 traffic and I didn't have a lot of units in my city, fucking Fort Worth showed up. You, in the drop of a hat, you were like outnumbered by Fort Worth officers that you were like Arlington officers were. And we were one of the largest police departments out there. And still, they're also good, like, versus some of the other jurisdictions that I interacted with. These are also like not guys that skirted. They had a culture of working their own shit for the most part. You'd have some neighboring agencies that if there was an accident that happened like close, they would always do everything they could in their power to not work it. But there was some really guys. Shout out to the guys working in East Fort Worth. A, that's a shitty place to be a cop. But B, that they were good cops. I dealt with a couple of them. They're really good guys. So
yeah. I think this recruiting is going to work for him.
I think so.
At the very least, it's good for community relations, because I think, as far as like being public facing to the general public, like this definitely endears people to the Fort Worth Police Department. It'll probably translate. I don't know how the hell you would even measure that, but it'll probably translate to less uses of force.
And they fucked up a few times. They're big enough police department. They've had some fuck ups. Just Google Fort Worth PD fuck ups, and it's up there. But shout out to them for, at least, like I said, being self-aware. Retros in the chat being butthurt about us making fun of MSP. Nighthawk, apparently he loved it, and the asset forfeiture Lambo that was in there. Yo, what's going on, MXTT? It's good to see you. I don't recognize your name in there, so welcome to the chat. If you like it, go ahead and subscribe. We do this every Thursday where we break down new stories in law enforcement for the current week. We will be doing it next Thursday, as always. And then we go live every Tuesday for Tactical Tuesday. I think we might be doing SWAT 4 again. We're throwing it way back. Chris the Cop has been hosting that, and his producer, Fox Commander.
Fox Commander. I think we might have Whiskey back next week. So cool. 68 Whiskey might be joining us next week. He had National Night Out this week, so he couldn't make it.
We also have we're going to try to do some filming here. Bill should be coming back in, I believe, possibly 3 weeks. So we should try to get some filming in for some Officers React. We also have some gear review stuff that we're going to try to get to here soon. And then we have off-duty streams. We started a Twitch to do less police-related stuff because I spend so much damn time on... speak of the devil, Fox Commander, he's showed up.
Hey!
We'll need to
drop
talk
us a
to
like,
you
Fox.
After stream. Okay, Fox, I will be in I will be in the after party for 10 whole minutes because I need to hang out with my wife because I've been in this room since 9 o'clock this morning.
Hey, Josh, what are your thoughts on LAPD? We got a question.
I think LAPD is populated by a lot of really good cops working in a really shitty department. That is my thoughts on LAPD. I think that there's portions of LAPD that are absolutely fucking gangs, like, and not in a positive light. Like, they're tyrant, right stomping like gangs, but there's a lot of really good policing we've seen. We have some videos coming out of LAPD where you see some guys doing fucking awesome work. And I think you got a lot of guys.
It's a mixed bag because we've seen some that were also really bad, and it just is kind of a crapshoot on. And it's like the range is pretty wide on amazing to
I've seen
trash.
awful. Yeah, and
Yeah.
I would say
It's just such a big department. It's such a big metro area.
You could say the same thing about
It's hard.
Houston. You could say the same thing about Dallas. You could say the same thing about I'm sure there's good
most big cities.
Yeah, if you get north of, I'd say like 300 to 400,000 people, anywhere north of that, and it's going to be a mixed bag.
Mm-hmm.
You get shitty homeless people. You have nice homeless people. It's the nature of the beast. It's the law of large numbers. It's going to happen eventually. Yeah, can't wait for all. It's definitely not hard to watch doorman videos. I'm trying to avoid doing those.
I'm gonna have to go find some more.
Yeah, so I'm trying not to do that.
Torture the boys.
Better run some traffic. And Josh and Juan, you'll have a good night. Brian Porter, you stay safe, my guy. And thank you to everybody. Caitlin, she stopped by. It is good to see you. As always, Pamela, who's a constant supporter of the channel, thank you for all of your support that you always give us. Manifold's been here for a while here, so I think good to see him. Perilous Mastodon, which I didn't fuck up for the last time at least. I did it once in there. Retro, who got hurt about our making fun of MSP. Let's see. Partner Gaming for your misclick comment that was a banger. Tyler Stevens, you've been here periodically. It's good to see you back. Real Ness, there's some real heat also in the comment section. I want to thank him for that. Nighthawk was here, real solid. He gave us a lot of comments in here. Jacob was here for like the blink of an eye. Christian Halsey, you super chatted us, which I appreciate. He also added a 1. I don't remember what my vote was for, but
he also contributed like 10 of those videos we watched today, so shout out.
Shout out to, you can thank Christian Halsey for giving us seriously 10 of those at least. Matthew McGee commented and retracted it. He probably said something dirty.
Yes, he actually did. So
okay. Dr. Junjun.
That's my girlfriend's brother, and he was having fun in the chat.
Dr. Junjun, it's good to see you. Saint George, or Sergeant George as his actual name is, but Juan has lysdexia like I do.
I'm gonna make St. George little saint cards that you can all get, and then you can bury them in your front yard for blessings from St. George.
Kristen was here for a little bit. Shout out to Kristen, our favorite badge bunny. Caden, our stepchild, was here. I don't think I missed anybody. I feel like I didn't miss anybody. I like to scroll up.
I think we got everybody. You got Sweeper, right?
Chris Kaufman. Also, shout out to my boy.
Oh yes, Chris Kaufman was here.
Absolute OG. Good night, gentlemen. Thank you for the commentary. Thank you guys for hanging out, dropping likes, and for the periodic super chats. I am Josh from Only Cops. You guys made it this far. Go ahead and like on this video. Drop a like on it. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel if you aren't already. We do this twice a week, every week. And until next time, I will see you later. I'll be in OCFT. For those of you on Discord, you know what that is. You can join our Patreon group for as little as $1 a month if you want to participate. I'll be there for 10 minutes and 10 minutes only. I love all of you. Have a wonderful good night.